Hello, welcome, good morning, how are ya? What the heck is going on? I'm Rich Slayton, and this is what? The finals, the last day of the Masters Challenge, where that's right, some people will be going on to the Clash Royale League World Championship. Well, some people, one person. That's right, we'll find out the person of this today. And joining me for the action, none other than Joshua AC Sharon. What's up, Josh?
Oh, just ready for a good day two. I'm excited for this. And yeah, I can't wait to see E-Giant back in the meta for competitions.
It's the one thing that everyone wants to see, obviously, is tons of E-Giant. I've been getting letters, I've been getting tweets, I've been getting carrier pigeons. E-Giant, the big goal for everyone here. And what's going on today? Well, we're going to be playing for some money. That's right. Money. Have you heard of it? Yep. That's the thing we're doing here. $15,000 to our top finisher today. And, of course, on top of that, as you'll see later, the golden ticket, that trip directly to Clash Royale League World Finals, which will be happening later this year. $15K to first place, $10K to second place, $6K. And, of course, everyone who's made it this far has made some money. And we are down to our top 12, so at least $12,000, or at least $1,200 to every one of our competitors. Josh, looking at who's left, obviously some big-time stars. Mohamed Light's in the mix. Moogie's in the mix.
Moogie.
Right? Viiper is in here. The Grieco's up in this one. It's a big list, but we do also have some dark horse candidates in this tournament at the moment.
Right, yeah. I was talking about it earlier with you. I want to say Airsurfer, but I feel like at this point, it's the same thing with the Boston Celtics. Whenever I watch them, they lose. Whenever I don't, they win. Whenever I root for Airsurfer, he loses. Whenever I don't, he wins. So I'm not going to mention Airsurfer in my picks to win. And so I'm hoping that's going to help him out. And then on the other side, Moogie, I definitely think, is the player to watch. 4-0 in the day one. Just a good overall record from him. And then, yeah, I'm excited to watch Melody. I've heard a lot of talk about him. And, I think also Chris Lyon is a guy that I want to keep my eyes on.
Yeah, interesting. Melody is one of the guys who has kind of a tough first out in Mohamed Light in the lower bracket, the elimination bracket. And you mentioned Chris Lyon, who's Chris Lyon, who's up against a defending world champion in Ruben, who's a guy who, I've been talking about this a lot, who I think that people have unjustly said that Ruben fell off. I've made my piece about it, said many times, but that's also a tough out as well. So we have a couple of former world champions in here. Obviously, we have the consensus number one. It's undebatable, and if you're debating it, you're wrong, in Mohamed Light. But Mo is in the lower bracket. Moogie's still in the winner's bracket. You look at 4 winner's bracket players, and those 4 in the winner's bracket right now, Moogie versus Sandbox and Airsurfer versus Viiper. Which one of those 4 are you giving the best chance at being in the final?
Oh, let's see. Okay, Moogie versus Sandbox, Airsurfer versus Viiper. Viper's definitely impressed me in the past couple months. Moogie's always impressive. Sandbox and Airsurfer have done their thing. I definitely have to lean towards Moogie or Viper. And recently, Viper has had the most. Wait. I'm going to say Viper as my final answer. I watched some of his games yesterday. I've been watching him for the last couple months. I think he's on fire, and I think he can do it.
Okay, here's take a look at the bracket for those of you following at home. Of course, the bracket, I neglected to put it into the description. I'll go ahead and put that in there right now. Let me go ahead and do some fast copy-paste action. The bracket's going to be up in the description on YouTube here in about, let's see, how fast can I go? Not fast enough to beat the gameplay coming in. Here you go. Bracket is now posted in the description of the video. So if you want to follow along at home, you can go ahead and do that this way. And we are into our first match of the day. Grieco, top of your screen, up against Hugo, an elimination match. Loser leaves town.
Then, Rich, where did you send the
Oh, you know what? That's a great call. Hold on. Hey, did you give your co-caster the clean feed, Rich? All right, 1 second, folks. Let me just go ahead and get Josh on the same page here. I may have neglected to share that clean feed. There you go.
Perfect.
So I'll keep the action going as Josh gets caught up here. 61% win rate so far for the Frenchman Hugo with the 88-12 personal best. On the other side, Grieco looking like some minor control with an 88-79 PB. Very close to his opponent for the man from both the land and team of the Rising Sun.
What's the time you have?
I have 1:42, 1:40 left for the moment.
Perfect.
We're all synced up, folks, and whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Twitch, whether you're watching because you have their friends list, their friends link, and somehow you're lucky like that. If you're doing that, you're not listening to me probably, but either way, we're happy to have you here and hope you enjoy this beautiful Saturday as we get some excellent Clash Royale. Opening minute and change so far, the lead going to Grieco, who playing some minor controls, had a little bit easier time getting on tower early, though minor or wall breakers drill will put some pressure on late. But, you know, Josh, I'm looking at this. I'm seeing the Inferno Tower to control the Valk Plus. I'm seeing the delivery. I'm seeing the log. Even Dark Prince. It feels like a lot of shutdown maneuvers here for Grieco.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, depending on what the last card is, but usually with these kind of minor decks, we see Rocket. So it's looking like, and there we go, we do see the Rocket right here. Yeah, he just wants to go full on defense. Can he get the Royal Delivery plus log on top of the Magic Archer to, you know, stop the pressure onto the tower? I mean, really, if he defends well, he has a great chance of winning this. But with Rocket decks, with these kind of weird, difficult cycles to control, you make one mistake and it's over. So it's just whether or not he can actually defend.
That's always the question. And with that wall breaker connection on the left-hand side, that does change things a little bit. 22-18, and now look at the damage on the right-hand side as well. So it is Hugo putting pretty significant pressure on both lanes as the log comes in, clears off the Magic Archer. Minor going to the back. Dark Prince up front contended with by that Valkyrie. Magic Archer doing his work as well. 13-30.
With these Inferno Tower placements, his Inferno Towers are never going to be are never going to be targeting the Magic Archer. But it just appears that that's not what he's looking for. He just wants to shut everything down. NATO on top of the Minor to be able to bring that to the King Tower. But the Dark Prince might. Okay, there we go. Gets the Skeletons down just in time.
Nice little bit of micro there by Hugo, but Grieco still putting the pressure on with these rocket cycles. And Magic Archer in behind the Goblins. Goblins get some more damage as well. 13-14 to 826. Hugo needs to play some shutdown defense now that he's in rocket cycle range, and shutdown defense might not matter now that he's this deep into rocket cycle range.
380 just needs solid defense. Can he get the Fire Spirit out on time perfectly? There we go. We see it. Magic Archer will come down, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get enough chip damage with this.
That was one nice Magic Archer. He's trying to Fireball to beat that out. Can he do it? Can he do it? No, he cannot. 117 is the mark separating these two. Grieco taking your first game of the day, and of course one step closer to knocking Hugo out of the competition. GG, well played in our first match of the day. And why did my... That's not supposed to be there. I thought that was definitely going to be below us. Hold on. 1 second, folks. Technical difficulties. Josh and I are now both waterfalls. Now I'm a waterfall. And now, there we go. There we go. Now we're looking. Now we're looking the way we're supposed to be looking. Josh, game number 1 in the books. Minor rocket cycle. It feels like Minor Control is making a bit of a comeback. Maybe this last couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the two main decks that we're seeing a lot of, you know, we're always and forever going to be seeing these Minor Mortar decks and these Mortar Graveyard decks. And then we are always and forever going to be able to see these Minor decks. Not only do they succeed against a lot of different decks, but now that E-Giant is back, if you get that right matchup, you have the Mortar deck, you know, with your Cannon Cart, or you have the Minor with the Inferno Tower, you don't have to worry about, you know, one of the most overwhelming cards in the game. So it just makes sense. That's why we're going to be seeing a lot of minor like throughout this competition.
Yeah, probably quite a bit of it. Now, game number 1, you have minor cycle with Rocket and Inferno Tower out. Obviously, Inferno Tower making a bit of a comeback right now in the meta with a few different people. Even the E-Giant, even though there's not a perfect counter to the E-Giant, we've seen it coming back a little bit. On the other side of things, you see minor wall breakers for Hugo. I do love the pick out of Grieco because a lot of those cards aren't really being used in other decks at the moment besides the log. Thoughts on where we might go in game number 2?
I would not be shocked to see E-Giant versus... Well, okay, so E-Giant obviously can't really be used with NATO not in play. So I would not be shocked to see E-Giant from Grieco. Hugo, on the other hand, I don't know. Usually this is when I would be able to say, hey, let's see Lava. Lava has a lot of success, but anytime again you go against E-Giant, that's not always the case depending on the variant. So I'm going to say E-Giant from Grieco and then no answer for Hugo.
Let's go take a look at game number 2 then. Grieco up 1 at the moment. And a little bit of a staring contest here to open things up. We don't see a lot of those. And you can see, of course, the decks played so far on the top. You love getting NATO when you're up against minor, and then you don't win the matchup. So that does take one tool out of the belt of the Frenchman. As Hugo plays Golden Knight in the back, plus the Goblin Cage. Could he be going E-Giant? Very predictable in this situation. If I'm calling for it, oh, Cannon Cart, maybe not.
Okay, there we go. Cannon Cart from Hugo. And then look at that. We got the Lumberjack from Grieco. This could be Lumberloon. And Hugo, it just looks like he's going to be running just a normal graveyard variant. Depending on what his last cards are, that's when we'll find out if it's going to be Poison or Freeze. But yeah, I really like these Golden Knight graveyard decks. I think I really like the ones with NATO. But overall, I think just Golden Knight has a pretty good synergy with graveyard that I don't think a lot of people expected.
And looking like Bowlerloon Freeze here for Grieco. Picks up the Loon easily and then Snowball to shut it all the way down. So simple defense here. Cage, Musketeer, Snowball for Hugo. How do you feel about his chances of shutting down these Loon pushes?
I really think he's going to struggle. I think, you know, we place the bullets in the back and then he doesn't really have to worry about the overwhelm from Hugo. I think Grieco is in just a phenomenal position. You know, King Tower is activated. The Musketeer is going to be able to put in a little bit of work, but I would not be shocked to see him get overwhelmed. And the Royal Recruits, that's going to be an interesting card. I really don't see it being all that helpful, though.
And I'm going to go ahead and put this up because it's about to be played most likely. Sofian Aloui saying, hope he doesn't have freeze. Well, I hate to break it to you there, buddy, but when you see those 7 cards, if you don't see freeze, you see someone who misclicked when building their deck. NATO pulls all that together, Lumberjack in. Going to do a lot of shred work here, Loon behind. And
these
low
delayed.
Elixir. Yeah, this is brutal. If you didn't like freeze, get ready for it. There you go, kaboom! And Grieco taking a page out of his countryman's book on how he won a CRL World title. Easy 1-2 games. Grieco takes our first match of the day. Hugo out in our top 12.
Yeah, those delayed balloons, when you have 3 cards on the field and your opponent only has a Goblin Cage up, it is so painful to see. It doesn't matter what you do, you know the freeze is coming down, and you know the tower is coming down shortly after.
GG, well played. Grieco takes one step closer to a golden ticket, a bit more money in his pocket as well, and both of those things are fun. If you like golden tickets, if you like things that are gold, you may all know that I do, and of course if you like money, which you should as well. Taking a look at the bracket, as you can see, Hugo out. Grieco moving on. He will face the winner of Melody and Mohamed Light. So he'll either face a young man who's kind going to be on a run having beaten Ruben and Mo, or he'll face Mo. You know, Josh, I think we all agree which one's the better choice of those two. But either way, Melody's certainly on a bit of a run today. Again, look at the upper bracket. We'll start this later today. We will be finishing this whole tournament today, folks. For those of you who want to know, Moogie versus Sandbox, Airsurfer versus Viiper later today. We'll see more of that one. But for now, it's just a nice, easy performance by Grieco. And it felt like in both of those, I don't know if it was just a little bit of matchup luck or if it was really excellent analysis on the part of Rising Sun Esports. But either way, it felt like he put Hugo in a bad spot both games.
Yeah, I really loved what I saw from him right there. And I was looking at some of his matches yesterday, and I really liked what he was doing with his deck choices as well. Yeah, I mean, Minor Rocket, it's always going to have a decent enough shot, whatever the matchup is going to be. And then game 2, I love Lumberloon. It's something surprising. You can't really predict that. And, I mean, your opponent uses a deck with Royal Recruits, only a Musketeer, only a Snowball, so it's obvious that he didn't predict it. But I mean, start to finish, he controlled the match, set himself up perfectly, got a King Tower activation with the Brawler. That was just brilliant gameplay. So not only does he know the decks well, but he's also just making great deck choices.
Let's take a look at the YouTube chat here for a moment. I see a lot of you guys here joining us. I'm a new Clash Royale player. Do you guys have any tips? Do I have chat turned off on this one? There you go. I'm a new Clash Royale player. Do you have any tips? Yes, win more games than you lose would be my best tip. I think Josh would agree with that one. Well played, Grieco, says Ben Gilson. And no more time for all that, because here we are into our second match of the day. Keeping it going, folks. Melody sticking with the black and white camera we saw yesterday. If you watched on Juicy J's stream, shout out Juicy J for casting some great stuff throughout this event. And Mohamed Light rocking the World Finals last year gift t-shirt. You might have seen me wear that occasionally on stream. And is Melody seriously going to run 2.6?
Interesting. Yeah, that's what it's looking like so far. Okay, and there we go.
It's going to be Hoggy Q.
Yeah. And at the same time, okay, but it is the cannon variation, so it's still like really similar. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of these Hog decks. I forgot who it was day one, but they used oh, that is an unfortunate hit right there. But they used like a Hog mini P.E.K.K.A deck, and I don't know, I don't see a lot of success with Hog, you know, Ice Golem Hog or Hog mini P.E.K.K.A. So I just not a huge fan of using that game one, especially against Mohamed Light. But I get it, you know, you want the quick cycle, you want the Earthquake, so I do understand why. Just not a huge fan of that specific deck.
And you see Mo checking the camera pretty regularly. Knows he's being watched by lots of people worldwide.
Melody, with a great Fire Spirit timing, keeps his Fire Spirit alive, and then is able to make the allow the Crown Tower to take out the Fire Spirit before it hops on the tower.
It is the perfect Fire Spirit counter. In fact, I have a short on my YouTube channel. Those of you watching on YouTube, you can go check out my shorts section. I have a short breaking down that specific technique that you just saw Melody used. It is the perfect positive elixir trade plus damage or pressure when you're playing Fire Spirit versus Fire Spirit. And you can use any spirit to do the defensive portion of it, but it only works against Fire Spirit due to its slightly longer jump radius. I think Melody must have subscribed to my channel. That's what I think. That's where I think he learned that move.
Yeah.
Of course, no questions.
Of course, no doubt in my mind.
18-14, the mark at the bottom right-hand side. 23-27 on the top. So despite the fancy footwork so far out of Melody, it is Mohamed Light still holding on to the lead at the moment and beginning his EQ cycle. It is certainly frustrating when you're playing Hog EQ and you're getting out EQ cycled.
Right. That was a really nice play from Melody and Mohamed Light. Mohamed Light obviously going to be placing the Teslas high. Doesn't want to allow the Earthquakes to get value on top of the Tesla plus the tower. And in the same, you know, at the same time, Melody predicts that with a cannon, But all that does is it allows Mohamed Light to get more value with just offensive cycling earthquakes. So just a really cool like back and forth right there. And what do you know? Mohamed Light gets the better end of the deal.
Here we go, final 90 seconds approaching. Mo goes Miner to the safe spot here as he's getting tanked for by the Golden Knight. Golden Knight getting kited away, Fire Spirit down. And Cannon not going to go to the Tesla. And that's a great log. Melody, hey, look, you were talking about this earlier. Melody is playing a heck of a game, and he's been having a heck of a tournament overall, despite being probably the smallest name overall in the event, but that's what these things are about. Miner in, EQ in. Mo just still happens to be Mo, so he is more than a couple steps ahead.
Yeah. I really like how Mohamed Light is cycling these earthquakes. He's always waiting like half a second. Can my opponent, place the skeletons in the earthquake radius? I really love the timing right there because it'll never hurt him offensively, and the only thing it does is it forces Melody to wait that extra second or two before he can place those skeletons down. Very
well done, Melody, indeed. And again, I love seeing. That's one thing I love. I'm about to clip that because I don't know if someone on Twitch can go ahead and clip the Fire Spirit play, because I make these little tech videos all the time breaking down moves, and then people on YouTube, there's like 9,000 comments being like, yeah, but can you do that in a real game? Even though I put real game footage of me doing it in the clip. Well, here's Melody doing it in a $50,000 golden ticket tournament against the best player in the world. He didn't win, but also you're against the best. You're against Mohamed Light, so that you're in good company if you're not winning that matchup.
Right, and now you have that proof. Now they can fully trust you with everything you ever say in the future.
I am quite trustworthy, of course. Mo's defensive Fire Spirit's OP. Yeah, Mo is playing some great gameplay here. And Rich, the new OJ, no, he still has better cameras than I do. I mean, have you seen the angles and the 4K image quality of OJ's videos? I mean, I think he's using Hollywood cameras when he does his stuff. Let's take a look. I think I've been ignoring Twitch chat pretty heavily. That Fire Spirit was so clean, says Sandman. Yep, absolutely true. If anyone can, go ahead and clip that one. Clippers check over there. Whatever, it's okay. Scroll back to the video. Go ahead and find it. We'll find it. We'll find it later. So Josh, game number one in similar fashion as our game one from our previous matchup. We have one player running variation on minor control, different variation obviously in this case, and one player going with a different cycle deck. Here though, we use Tesla instead of Inferno Tower, and as you see the minor coming out, not as likely that we're going to be seeing some E-Giant in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know a lot of minor decks that aren't lava, so I'm guessing that's what we're going to see. Mohamed Light just going to be using Archer Queen Mortar, just solid decks that can provide a lot of that, or, can provide himself with good matchups in pretty much any kind of matchup whatsoever. Good timing with the Royal Hogs, going to be able to allow the tower to target onto the flying machine and take no damage. And he's only down a couple of elixir. Melody will set up with the lava, exactly what you're supposed to do from both players this first minute of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Melody playing some textbook Clash Royale. You're just against the guy who the textbook's based off of. Melody's personal best, 87.58. So those of you who are like, who's this Melody fella? Well, 8.7K personal best. That's no joke on his side. Best finish on ladder, top 12, which is pretty good overall, and he ended the CRL regular season last year ranked 300th in points overall. So certainly has some skills. We'll see, of course, overall if those skills continue to grow and he can turn it into a solid professional run here in 2022. But this is a challenging step, and he's waving the good game flag early here.
Yeah, that was a shocking Skeleton Dragons at the bridge. Just goes down 3 elixir right there. Miner's going to be able to take out the Royal Hogs, but not before they eat the tower alive. Getting the tower all the way down to 500 HP, 610, 536 HP. And then also on the other side, your lava gets taken out pretty much completely. Mohamed Light all of a sudden just has full control over the game. And I really don't know what Melody is supposed to do at this point.
Well, we'll see if he has any answer, and that's some of the nerves you get playing this. For every match for Melody gets bigger and bigger. The stage grows brighter and brighter, and the difficulty level goes up. I mean, imagine that you go and you play your 3 matches he's had so far in the tournament. You play Ruben and you win, and you're like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good. I beat a defending a former world champion. Then you have to play Airsurfer, and then you have to play Mohamed Light.
Right.
I don't think you'd even like that at this point.
Oh, no, I would not.
So here we go. Flying Machine in the middle has not been much of a menace. Archer Queen easily taking care of business here. Mo goes, and yep, Melody just waves the white flag. Mo looks up, takes a breath, as if he hasn't done this 1,000 times before. And GG, well played. Mohamed Light moving on. And Melody going home with a very respectable performance in this tournament. I would call it kind of a respectable overall debut, if you will, in the higher levels. Of course, he did make top 20 in the Bernard Chong Cup Golden Edition earlier this year. And he's been in the mix with some of the ESL and Snapdragon stuff. But if there is sort of a coming out party for Melody, it does really feel like this tournament has been it.
Absolutely. He did what he needed to do. And I mean, you know, this is what happens when you're new to the scene, fresh to the scene. Sometimes you don't make the best deck choices. Sometimes your finger slips. Sometimes you have your camera in black and white and you don't figure out how to do the color. So, you know, we will see more of him, hopefully very, very soon. Because, yeah, you know, that is a hard 1, 2, 3 kind of lineup for him. But, yeah, overall, he did his thing. And... yeah, that's all you can ask of him.
And here we got some Let's Go Mohammeds. How is he so good? Mohamed Light is a legend. You know, lots of good praise, lots of nice praise up here. And hold on 1 second. I was trying to get. I have too many things open. I was trying to get more of our fun chat. Oh, Rich, love you, brother. Oh, mwah, thank you very much. Do appreciate that. So Mohamed goes through. He'll be up against Grieco in our next round. And coming up next. If you guys are following the bracket, you guys can just go right down the line. It's going to be Chris Lian, or Chris Lion? Chris Lian. It's Lyan. It feels like Lian, but it might be Lion. Either way, it's Chris up against Ruben. Ruben coming in as the number 2 seed overall. Chris as the number 13 seed. Of course, Ruben losing round number 1 to Melody. But then round number 2, a convincing 2-1 victory over Elsiop. Josh, you have played a lot more against Ruben, obviously, than against Chris. But let's start with Ruben first. You know, I've gone on ad nauseum about I think that people have written him off too early. Tell me, like, what you think makes Ruben a special player, and what's that difference between world champion Ruben and non-world champion Ruben?
Right. When it comes to him being a special player, you know, he reminds me of a better Surgical Goblin, just a later on Surgical Goblin. There's things that he was able to learn and figure out that nobody else in the game was able to figure out. That's why he was so talented at the control decks. He ran RG healer when everybody else was running RG this and RG that, because he knew how to win those bridge battles, how to space out elixir, how to do this, how to do that. And that's the difference between him and other players. Now, obviously, a lot of players have caught up, so he doesn't really have that huge difference in his gameplay compared to others. At the same time, he's still who he is. He's still that talented player, so it's fine. He's still just one of the greatest. And to say he's fallen off is obviously an embarrassing comment to say about someone that's as talented as him. If you're gonna say like he fell off. But yeah, he's definitely not as successful as the past Ruben, as the World Finals Ruben, when he was not only like a step ahead, but he was multiple steps ahead. It was, if you're going against Ruben, you will lose a majority of the time. Now it's kind of a fair matchup.
So, minor mortar for Ruben. We've been seeing a lot of, I mean, first, let's look at this so far, Josh. First 3 matches of the day, and the top player on each side has run some Miner Control-E variation. We saw Miner with Inferno Tower, Miner Tesla, now Miner Mortar. A little more aggressive, but either way, it seems like in every single one, the more experienced player has come out with some sort of variation of Miner Control.
Ooh, and Chris trying to come in with the Inferno Tower prediction, and that is not going to be good. If he can get the bats down in time and away from the Fire Spirit, no, Inferno Tower is just going to get a lot of value on top of the Cannon Cart and the Musketeer, but that Cannon Cart is going to be able to protect it. No, the Bomber will be... Oh, it does.
So Mortar doing some defensive work here. Miner goes to the back now with the Skeletons in the middle, trying to protect against a Mortar lock. Drill in on the right-hand side. Bats plus Musketeer defending 716 to 1359. That Mortar still ended up getting 0 shots.
Guards will be able to protect it in time, and yeah, the Mortar just isn't getting the value that he needs to, and he hasn't shown his big spell, so it's going to be interesting to see what it is. Probably going to be a Fireball, or maybe, I mean, yeah, it probably just has to be a Fireball, but Chris, the way he's pressuring on offense, he's just not allowing Fireballs on offense from Ruben, and that's exactly what you want. You just want to see constant pressure from Chris. And that's exactly what we got throughout this game. And just great defense on the Mortar. Always cycling troops in the middle, never getting predicted with pre-logs or anything like that. And just is able to take this game unless something crazy's.
Mortar in, Miner into the front, Bats in as well. Chris Lian very low on Elixir. Fireball in, not going to be enough, 169. And Chris is going to escape with the win. Absolutely escape with that one by just 169 HP. You know, you look at some of the play here, Josh. You look at the Inferno Tower that didn't predict but still ended up doing its job defensively. You look at the pressure he was putting on. And then for that last second to come down, as crazy as it did, that could have been an absolute theft job by Ruben. Chris, you know, he gets it done. Chris has been in these situations before. He's performed well in these tournaments before, but man, he plays it just on the razor's edge.
Yeah. The cycling the Fireball is a great play if you have a Fire Spirit and Cycle that can be placed on top of the bats with no problem. When you don't have Fire Spirit and Cycle, you might want to hold off on trying to go for towers. But at the same time, he took the win. He took game one. He was able to win with, you know, a fun little deck that wasn't a, you know, it didn't use Mortar. So he's in the best position. But yeah, that he just made it more enjoyable for the viewers and the casters, so we want to say thank you, Chris.
Oh, thank you so much, Chris, for giving us a little bit of extra oomph, extra zhuzh, that little sprinkle of salt there on the food at the end. It's interesting. It did feel like, you know, we're watching him in some of those moments. Obviously, like, he did not have the perfect drill counters in that deck. He didn't have anything tanky and splashy to pick up the drill itself. You know, there's no Valk, there's no Dark Prince. He still did an okay job. It felt like, though, it took him a little while to figure out how he wanted to defend those drills and didn't figure out the way he wanted to do it until kind of late in the game.
Yeah. I really liked what I saw from Chris with just the overall pressure. Because you're right. I mean, Ruben, he really couldn't do anything. It just kind of felt like he was trying to set up pushes, and then all of a sudden there was too many troops on his towers, so he kind of just had to reset constantly. Yeah, I mean, Chris did exactly what he needed to, and Ruben going to be responding with what looks to be possibly a Graveyard deck, but also possibly like an E-Giant deck. And I like that. I mean, I really like Ruben's Game 1 deck. Actually, I really like both of the decks so far in Game 1 and Game 2 from both players. These are decks I want to see.
And Chris Lion, you know, we'll go with Lion. We're gonna go away from the Lian. We're gonna go with Lion now for Chris, who, if you don't know who he is, 8625 personal best on ladder. Top finish in the game is top 13. He finished 135th in the CRL points rankings last year. And he's a guy who's competed in these tournaments before, in the former Bernard Chong Cup and Queso Cup, all the invitational versions, which means if you don't know much about Chris, he consistently made it into the cups in the previous years through the open qualifier portion when over 2/3 of those spots were taken up by invited pros. So Chris is a guy who's forced himself into the conversation time and time again, and you're seeing now that everyone's qualifying. Guess who's still qualifying? Chris Lyon. He's still doing it, still being here, and making a case that continue to make his case that he belongs here. And right now, as you might notice, he has the advantage not just in games won so far, but also currently in damage, 26-12 to 27-42 against the pride of Spain, Team Queso's Ruben.
These overwhelmed pushes from Ruben, I mean, Chris does not have any kind of big spell, so it's going to be difficult to see if he can really just handle these as the game goes on. So far, he's defended well, but, I have never been able to figure out this Battle Ram deck. I always get overwhelmed, something always happens. I never have a high level of success with it. It is one of the most difficult decks to possibly use. And so, I mean, I love this deck choice from him. It's just fully dependent on whether or not he can, outplay the overwhelm from Ruben. And I just don't know if that's going to be possible considering how smart of a player Ruben is. And it kind of surprises me to use this kind of deck against Ruben. I think this kind of deck struggles against a lot of Ruben's kind of decks. Just because he always wants that control aspect. He always wants to slow the game down.
Wow.
But a nice little prediction right there. And if the Heal Spirit had been able to jump, that could have been something scary.
Yeah, I was going to say, nice way to keep the AQ alive for an extra second. Not going to turn into a whole lot here, but does give Chris the Elixir advantage because it did force some more expenditure out of Ruben. So protects the Archer Queen with the Battle Ram in that push, knowing that was definitely lightning bait. And now Chris is going to take the lead here with some nice pressure on the right-hand side and the Magic Archer on the left-hand lane.
Yeah, huge mistake right there. I don't know. He should have put the E-Giant on the opposite end, but at the same time, he's getting a lot of pressure. Battle Ram on the right lane was able to get to the tower, and we might see that again if he doesn't put the cage down in time. Instead, forces out the lightning, and Chris is doing everything right in this game.
He's way ahead on Elixir right now, sets up Archer Queen back into his weak hand side. Lightning's out of cycle, so no worries there. And with the E-Giant behind, Chris just goes, fine, I'm going to full sell out that right-hand lane. Battle Ram behind the Ghost and the Elite Barbarians. Magic Archer trying to connect, can't get it done. If this doesn't get it done over here, and you see the big expenditure on the left-hand side, Magic Archer gets one, Magic Archer gets two. Remember, no big spell here, no direct damage for Chris. So Ruben, if he can prevent tower damage, he is still in this game as long as those bad boys are standing.
He needs to get the lightning down on top of the Magic Archer plus the E-Barbs, but it's not going to matter. They take it out just in time. Good game coming out from Ruben. And wow, I was going to say, I don't know if this is the greatest deck choice, but I guess I need to study up on how this... I really just... I need to take 2 or 3 days out of my schedule and just watch some Battle Ram E-Barbs gameplay, because I want to figure out how that deck is played. He played it so well, and yeah, I mean, that was a great set from Chris.
Beautiful set overall from Chris, and as you can see, taking a look at the bracket here, moving along is the young man Chris Lyon. He will be waiting the winner of Ian and Tico, so we, of course, will get the answer on that one in just a couple of moments, but man, you were talking the whole way, it kind of looked like it was going to be the win on Ruben's side, and then that really nice prediction at the bridge to block that little lightning block, and that just changed the whole tune. Next thing you know, pressure is in, the Elixir starts going the direction of Chris, and let's take a look at some of one of the moments here. Not the lightning block, but you'll see the pressure. I believe this is the pressure coming in on the right-hand side here. Yep, this is the Battle Ram. This is the result of that. we already had the huge elixir swing going towards Chris, and he pressures more on the right-hand side, and just like that, the battle ram suddenly changes the entire tone of the game. So I know you couldn't see that replay, Josh. Thanks again to Chuck and everyone who's clipping over on Twitch to get us a little replay action in the mix. But man, it just shows you how, especially with something like lightning, one time you disrupt a spell like that, it's the only spell you can truly disrupt. One time you do that, and suddenly the whole game can swing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, instead of it getting, 9 to 10 elixir worth of value on top of troops, you're looking at 2 to 3 elixir if you can block with the battle ram. Yeah, I mean, it only takes one mistake or one outplay from one opponent, and all of a sudden the game gets, just completely flipped. And, I really like E-Giant, but one of the things it struggles with is when you get in that cycle where you have to use the E-Giant always for defense, and then your opponent can always pressure opposite lane and then always E-Barb on top of it. It's just difficult, and it doesn't really give you any opportunity to get around it. You can't just bomber in the middle and just reset, because that pressure, that consistent pressure, just forces out the cards from your hand. So yeah, again, just what a game 2 from Chris right there.
A great game 2 indeed. Ruben goes home, Chris moves on, and now we'll find out who's going to be Tico's opponent, or who's going to be Chris's opponent. Will it be Ian, currently the generally considered #1 player in the U.S.? Of course, Airsurfer with a good performance today might say he's trying to reclaim that crown. And Tico, the Brazilian who's been just right on the edges of greatness in Brazil. Not quite an 8K player, 7.8K personal best, but he's done well in a lot of these competitions. But just, one of those guys who's currently playing, a little bit outside of the top tier pros when you're talking about Lucas, talking about Samuel Basoto. Just right there, though, in the mix.
Absolutely, and I'm always going to be rooting for Tico. He is one of my 3 Musketeer brethren. One of the few people that has actually had success with it, and someone I've actually learned quite a bit from when I watch his 3 Musketeer gameplay. And at the same time, he can play other decks. We see it right here, using the Royal Recruits cannon cart. One thing, it's very toxic. It's very, why would you ever say that of me? But one thing I love about E-Giant metas, we do see Royal Recruits out sometimes. And it becomes a lot more popular because of the success it has against it. And I'll say it, I don't care. I like Royal Recruits metas. I like Barb Hut metas. It's just interesting to see how the game gets played when those cards are in the meta.
I do see some people asking about Andrew and Eric. Andrew is busy filming today. I don't know if you guys know this, but Andrew is a working actor who has a couple movies coming out this year, and he's filming this morning. It's not available, and Eric is on a flight at the moment, traveling. But don't worry, you'll be seeing your boys more soon as well. But right now, we just got some great gameplay as the Graveyard comes in. Recruits taken on the right-hand side. Valk high, cannon cart low for Ian to defend. Snowball trying to make some room, but with Valk, cannon cart, and on top of that, some mortar help. Easy shutdown there as some nice opposite lane pressure coming in. The cannon cart faces forward, but now does turn around, so Spear going to do some work as the Recruits split 4 to the right, 2 to the left to win that fight at the bridge. That's a lot coming through. Man, I gotta say, so far, Ian's doing pretty well defending these, but it feels like as time goes on, his ability to control these bridge fights is gonna get lower and lower.
Yeah, one thing you have to look at is, what's going to happen in Triple Elixir. But so far, he's doing everything he needs to. The Valk plus Cannon Cart on defense against the Graveyards are just so restricting, and it just allows for total control. At the same time though, once Triple Elixir happens and once you can actually get one solid push going, really you only need one good push. You only need to catch up, and then as soon as Triple Elixir happens, as soon as Poison isn't in cycle, that's when the game gets crazy. Right here, sets himself up with a good push, but not only that, it allows him to pretty much catch up completely. Cannon cart on top of the tower, that is massive.
A couple of big shots here, just like that. 15-66, no longer the leading score on towers, 12-22 on the left-hand side for the American, trying to hold off against Tico here in game number 1. And now that we're approaching Triple X, things are going to get a whole lot more dangerous. Although, would you say that the fight being in the same lane is better or worse for you?
I would say at this point, because you don't want the cannon carts to be crossing the bridge and getting value, so I would say it's a little bit worse. But at the same time, yeah, I would say it's actually a lot worse because you have to, you know, stack everything on top. You give snowball value, you give arrows value, so it does get kind of weird. At the same time, we're seeing Tico. He's not afraid to swap lanes with 30 seconds left. If he finds one lane is the stronger one to go into, we see right there, that's the one he's going to go into.
Look at this, though. Miner being tanked for by the cannon cart does force out Golden Knight response, 936 to 796. Poison is there for Ian. Can he get another Miner down? He will get Miner in. Arrows with a nice prediction. Arrows. I mean, you're going to arrows no matter what there. But either way, Tico takes the Spear Goblins off. GG, well played. Game number 1 going to King Tico. Not just Tico now, but King Tico with the game 1 win. And yeah, you call it a prediction arrows. I mean, look, did the arrows go before the troop and take them off? Yes. Were you going to arrows there no matter what? Yes. So yes. The answer is yes, they were both of those things.
Yes.
Yes.
For the final 5 seconds, though, like, very impressive. Obviously, the, you know, whatever you want to call it, prediction, non-prediction arrows, naked graveyard is exactly what you need to do. Cannon cart takes out the musk and the mortar. But I mean, the composure right there to be able to put all those together and then snowball correctly on, you know, it wasn't just let me snowball the miner off the tower. It was let me place the snowball correctly so the miner, you know, but not only that, it allows him to pretty much catch up completely. Cannon cart on top of the tower, that is massive.
Oh, hold on. A couple of
the most impressive things ever.
You know, Josh, I cut away to a replay and didn't realize that my replay didn't have your audio built into it. So it cut you off partway through. Hold on, folks. Let me go ahead to the replay one and add in his audio. Hold on 1 second, folks. That was hilarious. I did not. There we go. Now Josh's audio is added. We can go take a look at the replay here. But, I think he was making. I think you were making a good point there. But let's take a look here at where the cannon cart connects on that left-hand side, and this is kind of what opened the game up because then it forced Ian to spend in ways he didn't want to, and next thing you know, he was spread super thin. GG, well played. I don't know if that was the point that you were making, Josh, but I had a replay and needed to cut off your mic accidentally.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'll just say that was my point, and then it's okay.
Dope. By the way, I know there's a lot of you watching both on YouTube and on Twitch right now as we're waiting for our second game. About almost 10,000 of you watching on YouTube right now, so thanks everyone for coming to hang out with us on this great Saturday. I'm Rich Slayton, a longtime caster for Clash Royale League, disc golf enthusiast, and overall sunglasses collector of the finest style. On the other side from me, right over there, that's Joshua A.C. Sharon, two-time regional champion for Clash Royale League, both with Immortals in 2018 and Space Station Gaming in 2020. If you're here watching on YouTube, go ahead. The easiest way to support this is to give me a sub on YouTube. Join the channel. There's great Clash Royale esports all the time, plus some gameplay tips. One of them we saw used today in battle. So go ahead, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the video, chat yourself away, and those of you on Twitch, the hardcores, the true esports sceners, happy to have you out here as always. So Josh, talk to me about this giant skeleton deck that, you know, obviously there was a giant skeleton meta in 2019 where people discovered that it worked in 1v1s and not just 2v2s, and suddenly giant skeleton was everywhere. Fell out of favor a little bit, became almost exclusively a Royal Giant pairing. Talk to me about this Hog Giant Skeleton deck that's emerged over the last couple months.
Wow. Right there, misses the arrows, and that's going to be unfortunate for him. Yeah. Giant Skeleton, it's one of those cards that kind of doesn't get enough value sometimes, but at the same time, it kind of overwhelms your opponent, and eventually your opponent kind of makes a mistake. It's a weird card. It's one of those cards that like will probably never solve as an esport as a whole, basically. It always gets value, and it really never gets value. It always stops every push, but at the same time, whenever you stop a push, you have to spend a lot on spells. It's kind of just a neat card overall in that aspect. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard card to talk about. It really is.
Minion Horde in for Tico, and we have been seeing a slight rise in the use rate of Minion Horde in the last couple of weeks as well in some of these minor decks. I've been even seeing double minions. I've been seeing Minion Horde plus minions. And if you don't have a spell to stop it, it can be annoying, but then again, if you're able to protect a Firecracker, use a Tesla, and kite that Minion Horde, as we've seen here so far, that's no worries on your side. Firecracker does not get missed by the arrows this time, but still, it might be too little too late with 150 on the right-hand tower of Tico and almost perfection on the side of Ian for defense. Tesla comes down to clean up all of that. Skeleton's high for a little bit of kite action. And, you know, Josh, when you talk about micro, Ian isn't in the discussion that much, but it's hard to become the world's best hog player if your micro is not pristine.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't. I mean, to play the cycle decks, to play those kind of decks that Ian does, you have to be perfect. And we often see that from him. Ian overall is just one of the more interesting players in the competitive scene. It always seems like he has a base level of success no matter what. In any kind of competition whatsoever, you will see Ian's name. Will you see it in that top 4, top 8 range? That's the big question for Ian, really. And it always comes down to something going wrong, whether it's deck choice or, you know, I mean, basically it's either deck choice or just like one major mistake. But when it comes down to his micro and, you know, his cycle specifically, he doesn't make mistakes, and he plays them all really well, rarely gets outplayed. Ian is one of the only players that I can't really wrap my head around the concept of him as a player, because I never know what to expect from him. I never know if he's gonna come out in 2-0 or lose focus and lose 0-2. He's always exciting for me to watch him.
He's definitely one of those guys who we talked about this a little bit during the Snapdragon Pro Series North American Finals a couple of nights ago, where Ian's a guy who came out as the top Hog EQ player in the world, made a YouTube channel that blew up very quickly because people wanted to learn how to play Hog EQ, and what do you do to do that? You watch the best in the world do it. And then, you saw concurrently his deck pool in competitive play begin to deepen, and my theory is it's partially because he was preparing to be more competitive, and also partially because he realized after a couple weeks of videos that he needed to do some other decks for his YouTube channel to be successful. Now he's hitting 80,000 subs on YouTube, but you see his YouTube channel now is doing a ton of other decks, not just Hog EQ, and I think that he's a guy who, you know, often you talk about content creation making you, like, taking away from yourself being a competitive player, like distracting you from the practice time, things like that. Instead, it really feels like with Ian overall, that time spent forcing him to play other decks to broaden the horizons of his YouTube channel, that ended up making him a more valuable competitive player rather than the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely. That's funny, because yeah, there is. When you look at competitive players, you see content creation as purely a negative. You're showing off decks, you're wasting time that you could spend, you know, disciplined practice. For the third point, you can say you need a break at the end of the day. If you practice 6 hours, you don't really want to, you know, do content creation for another 4. So it's cool to see content creation as a net positive for a player compared to, you know, people often claim that content creation is just a pure negative. for me, if I hadn't done content creation, I wouldn't have played CRL for the final year or two because I would have not enjoyed the game as much as I wanted to. I would have fallen out of the community possibly. There's a lot of like negatives for me. So it's cool to see other, you know, like big time pros find that success with content creation.
And I didn't notice it. You didn't notice it, but chat certainly noticed it. Tico repeated arrows. So that was an automatic game loss no matter what. So, I mean, well played, Ian, anyway. But Tico did repeat those arrows. Man, that's a mistake you shouldn't make at this level. And now here's a really big question, Josh. Because obviously repetition of a card should mean you automatically lose the game. But because that repetition now gives you one extra card in game number 3, do you think auto-losing the game is a sufficient penalty for repeating arrows, or for repeating a card? Both in terms of really reinforcing how important repeating is should be, and also that advantage. Do you think there should be a stiffer penalty, whether it's auto-losing the match or something else that you would do in that context?
I always want to keep a best of 3 or best of 5 as pure as possible. So what is a way to enforce a rule without forcing a loss is kind of the route I want to be going all the time. So I think obviously it should be deemed a penalty severe enough where you just automatically lose the match. I think that's perfect. At the same time, I would never want to see something more than that, because I want it to be, okay, you beat me at, like, I beat you or you beat me at your best. I never want to see it just be, okay, he made one mistake, it's over.
So lose the game, not the match, then, is what you would say.
Yes. Yes.
It's an interesting question to figure out either way. Ian with a little bit of cry face out of that one. I guess not happy with how that push died on the vine. And an interesting choice. I was thinking the same thing actually. Truck in the YouTube chat suggesting the opponent should be allowed to ban a card of the opponent who repeated a card. So if you repeat a card, that gives the other person not just the auto loss for the game, but for the remainder of the match, your opponent gets to ban a card.
I really like that idea. I think that's a fun idea. At the same time, I don't know, it gets pretty overwhelming when you accidentally use a wrong card and then at the same time you get your game 3 win condition banned. So it's hopefully we just never see a repeated card in any kind of best of 3 ever again.
Yep, I'm on the same page with you here as Ian now, despite having kind of a trouble with breaking through, still is within 500 HP of his opponent as we go into triple elixir. Golden Knights out of the left-hand side, Archer Queen on that side as well. And nice little skeletons there to make the Golden Knight do a little bit of a dance as the AQ does stay alive. She'll go to work on that Goblin Cage, pop it a little bit earlier. And Ian, man, just cannot find... It's so interesting when you see someone playing Fireball Bait and they still just can't find a way to tower.
Right. It is not a common situation. And yeah, you just never see that happening. And he's doing everything right. We see complete resets. We see, I can force the Archer Queen to pop its ability. I can force out a Fireball on this, and then my Flying Machine is finally alive. And it's just not mattering whatsoever. Tico's playing phenomenal defense, and he has a phenomenal matchup. We often see players complain and say good game 2 seconds into the match, and we often talk about it. At the same time, there's a reason why he was so upset about the matchup when he saw it. He really can't do anything about it.
Arrows in, not going to be enough. Piggy gets one snout touch. Ian throws up the GG, and Tico continuing what's going to be probably one of, right now, if we're looking at sort of Tico's history, the best performance in one of these competitions of his career. He made it to, I guess he made it pretty deep at one point in CRL 2021 during one of the monthly qualifiers, so you could put that on his list. He had a great top 3 in the CWA Cup back in 2020. But, you put all that together, this competition has been very, very difficult, and now he's making his way up into the top 8 of this Masters Challenge. Good money and a good shot now at competing for that golden ticket.
Absolutely. Yeah. Once it gets to the top 8, top 4, that's when the prize money starts getting crazy. That's when everything starts getting crazy. And then, if we, I want to see, it's unfortunate because I was going to say Tico is the only round 1 losers bracket that has the potential to be able to do this, and, get that golden ticket opportunity. And I was saying that's a really cool storyline. That's really neat that he gets to, he gets to be everybody's underdog story. At the same time, Mohamed Light also has a round 1 losers bracket game. And if you were going to say someone is going to be able to do it, it's probably going to be that Mohamed Light accomplishes that. But at the same time, it's cool. When you have that round 1 losers bracket and then you still make that run, it's always more exciting than, 3 wins, 1 loss, 3 wins.
Sure. I saw someone here say Mohamed Light in the losers round. Wow, I never thought I would say that. Well, Mo's fought his way up through the losers bracket multiple times before. He's in the winners bracket a lot of the time as well. And again, now, Mo's only a few wins away from competing for not the golden ticket. And for those of you who are watching, by the way, and going, hey, what if Mo does win the tournament? Well, if a player who has already won a golden ticket wins the competition, the second place player gets that golden ticket. So, if I'm in the winners bracket, Josh, I don't know about you, if I'm in the winners bracket, I'm actually sitting there praying that Mo is the one who wins the losers bracket so that when I make the finals, I'm just playing for money and the golden ticket's already guaranteed.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what I want to be seeing. I want to be seeing Mohamed Light, taking out those fantastic players, the ones that I would have struggled against. And it'll be nice because often we see Mohamed Light, Mohamed Light has that advantage every step of the way. He has, the experience, the skill, the deck choice, the analysts, and, one less thing to worry about where you don't have to worry about that pressure of the golden ticket. It'll just nice to see it be a little bit more even pre-game. When it comes to post-game or present actual gameplay going on, a lot of these players are super close, super tight when it comes to, just talent overall. And, the pregame, that's where Mohamed Light actually has that huge advantage. So just one less thing would be kind of nice.
So Tico now will be facing against Chris Lyon in that next round of the losers bracket. We'll begin to that match later today. Obviously, I believe that we're going to go and jump into the upper bracket here for a couple minutes, for a couple matches as we move forward. When you're evaluating Chris and Tico, though, if you're going to make a pick up between those two right now, which way are you leaning?
Tico played great, but it's going to be a little bit less impressive due to the game 3. His opponent went in, saw the matchup, and said good game. So that's one less positive when it comes to Tico. Obviously, that's one more positive when it comes to deck choice and analytical work. But anytime you have that kind of severe of a matchup, I kind of don't want to hype it up more than it needs to be hyped. And so I'm gonna side with Chris, just for the time being.
So here we go into our next lower bracket elimination match: Grieco versus Mohamed Light. Someone asking, what about if Mohamed Light wins? Does he does not get 2 golden? As we said, not 2 golden tickets. If Mo wins, the golden ticket goes to the second place player. So we'll see if Mo does make it that far. Has to win a few more matches first, and right in front of him, Grieco, who's already, as I said before, having a pretty good day. Grieco's had some phenomenal performances in his career, of course, finishing top 32 at CRL last year during our first year of solo Clash Royale League competition. He's also done pretty well in competitions like this one in the past, getting second place at the FAV Gaming Cup back in March of this year. Of course, in previous Bernard Chong Cups, he's made the top 8 before, made top 8 in the Winter 2021 Championship for the Bernard Chong Cup. And, of course, multiple-time #1 finisher in global tournaments. So Grieco has, while everyone primarily talks about Moogie as the big guy out of Japan, Grieco is, in my opinion, a pretty clear #2 at this point.
Yeah, I have to fully agree with that. Yeah, it was always Moogie way ahead, and then everybody else, and that like tier 3 compared to Moogie's tier 1. But Grieco has had a lot of success, and it was cool because everybody kind of expected Grieco to have success, but nobody was totally sure, and he was still not really well known to a lot of different people. And yeah, it's always exciting when there's just one more person to worry about. Everybody wants to see the best players play, and Grieco is definitely one of those players.
So here we go, first couple of minutes away. No significant lead either direction, 23-32 on Mo's right-hand tower, 22-26 on the bottom right-hand side for Grieco. And that cannon cart feels like it's going to be a menace for the mortar. The big X factor here, though, Josh, really feels like it's the minion horde. We've seen, obviously, you have NATO, Magic Archer, and Ewiz all as counters, but then again, you're also forcing those 3 cards to really think about that minion horde.
Yeah, it is always going to be able to get value when it comes to defense, and actually offense as well. Because even when you get that NATO Ewiz, and you're Ewizzing on top of other troops, and so you're getting that value as well, it's still forcing your opponent to hold Elixir until they get to 7. It's still holding your opponent to, get to the right cycle, and they can't Magic Archer offensively. And so it's just one more thing you have to worry about. Nice little interaction right there. Gets the mortar 1 shot. Not too many shots. Just 1 right there, but still really solid. And yeah, the minion horde, it's just just gets a lot of value. Really strong card with the right matchups.
Now you see NATO out of play because King Tower activation usage against that miner leads still to Mo, though, as we go to our final minute. Triple elixir flowing. Golden Knight does connect. 15-20 to 20-22 drill to the opposite lane. As Minion Horde comes out to work against that Goblin drill, they will get a little bit of work done. 22-18. Miner now goes right to that Magic Archer. And NATO pulls all that together. Magic Archer, NATO goes together like peanut butter and jelly so far. Working pretty nicely, keeping Grieco in the game. But with 40 seconds left, this is a tough spot.
Minion Horde will be able to get value, and that's the thing. Even when you have that Magic Archer, when you line it up perfectly, still doesn't always work right here. Can the mortar lock onto the tower? No, sir. Archer Queen will be getting a little bit of value, and the Golden Knight goes to the mortar instead of the tower. Huge situation for Mohamed Light. That could have been the game. Instead, it looks like he might be able to do it.
And what a great choice there by Mohamed Light. You talk about the choices that impact a game there at the end. That Minion Horde was not meant to do anything other than force Grieco to play Elixir on defense rather than offense. It required a response, and that's one of those late game moments where you see kind of the understanding of what needs to be done there, and what needs to be done by Mo is don't let Grieco spend Elixir offensively. GG, well played. Momo up 1.
Just like that. Oh man, that was exactly what he needed to do. That was great. That was great. He played that super well.
Countless Games asking, how do you get into these qualifiers? Great question there. A couple ways to answer that one. First, Count, there are many events like this one happening throughout the year. Already this year, we had the Queso Cup Golden Edition, we had the Bernard Chong Cup Golden Edition, the Masters Challenge, and the Snapdragon Pro Series. 4 events that gave away golden tickets. I don't know about the next golden ticket event, but typically that information is given out at Esports Royale EN on Twitter. A great place to find that. By the way, if you're getting involved in Clash Royale competitive, you got to get on Twitter. It's just where Clash Royale competitive has always lived. You can also often find information about those qualifiers inside your app on the esports tab. A lot of you might have seen that little red live button that you saw. That same tab often has information about Clash Royale esports. And a third great place to see it, well, go ahead and subscribe to Clash Royale's esports YouTube page. And we do Josh, myself, Andrew Guy, and Eric Benemu do a bi-weekly show called 3 Crowns, where we break down the entire competitive scene. We give you updates and results on competitions ongoing, and we give you information on upcoming events that you can play in as well. So yeah, go ahead and subscribe. The link to the Clash Royale Esports YouTube page, I believe, is in the description. Let me go ahead and double check that description here. 1 second. Let me go ahead and make sure it is. Nope, that YouTube page isn't in there. I'll have to go ahead and add that. But the official Clash Royale Esports website, esports.clashroyale.com, is linked there, so you can find all your info for competitions on that one. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 here. Mohamed Light with match point as he goes Hog EQ against what's looking like Lava Hound for Grieco.
And so that's going to be Hog EQ Musketeer instead of the normal Hog EQ or, Hog Valk AQ decks that we often see. And there we go. The difference between the Archer Queen and the Musketeer version, apparently, if you run Musketeer, you also run Inferno Tower. So that is a huge matchup advantage for Mohamed Light. He has to be feeling so good about this game number 2.
And big shout out to Jeebus, who has been doing analysis for Mo since Julesy has retired from being a full-time analyst. Of course, Mo and Julesy ran the Clash Royale esports scene last year, and turns out that Jeebus is also a very talented analyst, and looks like they read Grieco like a book here with that Inferno Tower. Miner in on the Musketeer to get a little more work done for Grieco. And then you add in the delivery as well. I mean, Inferno Tower delivery Musk. Are you feeling pretty good if you're Mo in this situation?
I just saw him look into the camera and then give a little smirk, and we still see him smiling right here. So I would have to say, if I'm a Mohamed Light fan or just Mohamed Light in general, I've got to feel great. I don't think Grieco's done anything wrong. The flying machine, and even right there, I like that. He's going opposite lane. He kind of just wants to make it a little bit harder. One less troop to worry about, so that way the Musketeer doesn't get value. He's doing everything he can. I often talk about, giving yourself a chance to win. I don't even necessarily think he's doing that, because I think the matchup is actually just too strong in general. But, I mean, that's exactly what you need to do to give yourself a shot. Try and place that miner in the back one last time. But these Musketeers, every time they get placed down on the board, they are getting way too much value.
Big time flying machine connection, though, able to overwhelm a bit. 16-11 on that left-hand side. So the game plan is functioning. And this is interesting. A Hog Rider all the way in the back, I guess, to protect the Musk for a second. Fascinating. And the Hog Rider. Wow. Have you ever seen that? A Hog Rider going from, and Mo just looked up at the camera and gave a big time look. I have never seen a Hog Rider go from one corner to the other. That's just bananas. Please Twitch clip that. That's the clip of the day. Win, lose, draw. I've seen, now 5 years into casting Clash, I've seen something I've never seen before.
And
what it's great
it's great that happened with a game that was already because then we get to see the true reaction from the player. It didn't affect the game in any way, and so it's just this is something new. This is something fresh. Keep you entertained. Wow, that was really cool.
Let me see. I see 15 people clipped that on Twitch. So let me make sure I'm getting the correct Twitch clip. That was just bonkers. I swear, I have never seen anything I've never seen that happen before. Have you ever seen a Hog Rider go from corner to corner?
No. Never. Not once.
Wow. I mean, you love that the game can still surprise you. Here, taking a look at the bracket as I go ahead and get that replay ready. Hopefully I have the correct replay here. And as you can see, Mohamed Light moving one step closer in the elimination bracket to our next phase. Let's go ahead and see if this is the correct.
Just looked up at the camera. And
No, that's just the ending again. Did someone? I hope someone on Twitch. I'm gonna see if someone on Twitch actually clipped the thing I was trying to get there. Let me go ahead and refresh my Twitch clips. You gotta watch that Hog Rider from Corner to Corner. Here we go. Let me go ahead and download that one. That's probably the one. That's probably the right one. Josh, how many times are you at this point? How often are you still surprised like that?
You know, more often than I would expect, because when that Fire Spirit interaction came out, it kind of caught me off guard the same way that is. I feel like every month or so, we're still finding out new tech. We're still finding out, you know, this one thing that could have been found out years and years ago. So way more often than I would have expected. Now when it comes to that level of surprise, it's been a long time. It's been a very, very long time. But yeah, I still see it pretty consistently. The game stays fresh for me.
Man, yeah, we just showed the replay there on stream to everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and tweet that one out because I mean I don't usually put out tweets during gameplay, but come on, like that's just I'm still sitting here going like I've never actually seen what I just saw right now. My mind's kind of blown. Have you ever seen this? And I'm putting it in all caps. Hashtag Clash Royale. That's going everywhere. That's gonna go on TikTok. It's gonna go on. I'm gonna put that on YouTube. That's going everywhere.
Did you do like question mark, exclamation mark, question mark,
right?
Or was it just like all question marks?
It's all caps, one question mark. I'm still just kind of flabbergasted by it. Man, so yeah, I mean, you talked about that, right? Like we had the Fire Spirit tech, which I already knew about it because you know I'm just staying ahead, staying up to date on everything, bro. You know that's how I do.
Of course.
But man, like just again, we're so deep into this game, so deep in competitive, so deep into casting, and still moments like that can be a whole lot of fun. And here we go. Who's going to be Mohamed Light's opponent? It's going to be either Chris Lyon or Tico. And let's go. Tico getting back to his roots, playing some Mortar in game number 1. Go ahead.
It really is crazy how wow, Cannon Cart is going to be able to lock onto the tower and take out the Fire Spirit. So just crazy interactions right there. Chris, huge mistake from him. So obviously not what we want to see from him. But yeah, it's kind of insane how strong Mortar's been for as long as it has. And not, you know, there hasn't been a crazy amount of complaints for it. People are still more worried about champions, more worried about E-Giant and how that does. But yeah, we've seen it kind of just have a chokehold on the meta, and people haven't raised like too many problems about it. I guess because it's so fair.
Well, I guess other than I think a lot of pros have complained about it specifically.
Okay.
But not so much the general community. I think that pros, and I was saving that you're talking about Mortar, right? I was saving that video. I think that pros recognize how devastating Mortar is because they're good at playing it, right? I think that when you get past, I think there are certain cards that the general community can recognize when they're overpowered because it's so apparent how overpowered they are. Whereas Mortar, I don't think it's readily apparent how strong it actually is. You know, Mortar shuts down E-Giant. Mortar shuts down Royal Giant, right? It shuts down all these big beefy decks. To shout out to Andrew Guy for the beefy word. It shuts down all these big beefy decks, but it shuts them down if you play them correctly. And if you don't play them correctly, which the majority of people don't play Mortar decks at the highest level, you don't see that same level of dominance.
Right.
But you do see, I'm telling you, from the content creator side and pro side, the number one, like on every single pro player's nerf list, Mortar pretty much makes it on there.
Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. Because yeah, it always felt like that wasn't the major complaint, and it always shocked me because I was thinking, as a caster, as a viewer, it feels like that should be the #1 complaint always.
Tico putting more distance between himself and his opponent right now. Going to be just around 500, 552 to be precise as we go into sudden death overtime. It is Tico with the lead as the miner goes to the back. Cannon Cart working on that miner, but Chris playing from behind. I have never liked miner EQ for a miner control deck. Thoughts on Earthquake as the miner pairing for a spell here, Josh?
Well, it's weird because the miner EQ has a decent amount of success against the miner poisons, the miner fireballs. But at the same time, you can't let a cannon cart connect, and so that's the reason why it hasn't had any success with this game. Overall, I think the poison, the fireball variations, they will always be stronger. They do better against more decks. Because even the decks that EQ really has a lot of success with, they would have just as much success with the poison or fireball variation, and so there's just no need. It feels like the creator of like Minor Earthquake got cute, and then people kind of just have fun with it because of that. But yeah, it really doesn't feel like that should ever be a deck to use in your arsenal.
So here we go. This is that cannon cart connection we were talking about earlier. Fire Spirit doesn't do its job, and the guards just don't quite come around in time. And in fact, the Fire Spirit, almost the betrayer in that situation. You see, I want to go ahead and run that one more time here. Watch what happens with this Fire Spirit as the cannon cart comes across. Cannon cart's already on the inside corner here. And watch as the miner bumps it a little bit. Guards come in, and the cannon cart kind of hangs out for a second. So not the Fire Spirit. It might have been just that little bit of bump, but the cannon cart just a half step too far inside, and the guards don't come around. And yeah, you see a cannon cart connect like that. Cannon cart connects, and that's pretty much a GG well played. And you know, we forget about it, Josh, because it's been so long. But one of the all-time most famous cannon cart connections. Well, let's go back to CCGS World Finals, Sergio Ramos against Music Master. You got a big one in that matchup.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, the game's over whenever you get that connection. And yeah, that's a throwback right there. Yeah, it's, you know, you get once a year where there's some big event where the cannon cart is able to get that one massive connection.
And it looked like you were expecting a different cannon cart reference than the one I made. Josh, where were you going with your mind?
So I don't remember if it was a cannon cart. That's the thing, but it was the God RF against Colton W83. Was that was a cannon cart where he pulled the golem back and then the cannon cart got onto the tower, I think.
Yep. That was what did he pull the golem back with? I'm trying to remember that one. That's going back. That's going throwback. That's going to vertical CRL.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I told you it's once a year where there's one crazy occurrence.
Yeah. How did you even pull? There was no drill then. So how did you even pull a golem back in that era? Did he NATO it back?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just a NATO.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh my word, I totally forgot about it. Talk about golem plays. For the two of you, what was the 2v2 where there was the NATO behind King Tower to pull the golem to the wrong lane?
Yeah, that was Nick was he talked to me through the mics. He was like, dude, play this and then wait for this, and I was like, okay, whatever you say, I'll trust you. And yeah, he was able to pull that maneuver off.
So here we go, game number 2, Tico with the lead, and going RG Giant Skeleton. Considering how popular this deck has been, I'm really surprised to see it the first time we're seeing it today.
Yeah, and right here, this is a massive situation for Tico. RG gets on top of the tower, 1766. Archer Queen almost gets the second shot right there. And Tico, I don't know what it is about his early game success, but Tico wins the game within the first 45 seconds every time, apparently, when he goes against Chris.
1541, and Chris also going Royal Giant. Sets up the opposite direction. But it does feel like it's going to be real difficult for Chris to do anything here unless there's a major mistake on Tico's side. Some separation work here done by the Fish Boy. But Archer Queen down low, and RG still gets one shot, though. 2 shots. A little bit of a surprise there as the Archer Queen gets distracted in that bridge fight.
I will say one of the other cool things about how the meta has shaped up with the balance changes, we get to see Mother Witch a lot more consistently, and you know, that's always a fun card to see used. But at the same time, I was really expecting to see a lot of E-Giant, and that's just not something we're seeing. We always see day 1 competitions, the decks we expect happen. But day 2, we always see some form of tournament meta, and surprisingly enough, the tournament meta is not showcasing the talents of E-Giant, which is kind of unfortunate for me, but kind of fantastic for probably everybody else in the world.
And Royal Giant gets shots on both sides, 870 in the bottom right-hand tower to 1793 in the top left. The Skeleton King does pop his ability on the early side here for that right-hand pressure, but it's the Royal Giant going on the left-hand side. Archer Queen does go down. Is Fisherman going to get the Royal Giant? No, Fishboy gets distracted. Will pull the RG this time, but RG gets one shot. 11:04 on that left-hand tower, and the Hunter picked up here by the Mother Witch. What looked like it was a GG early on has turned around. Tico now struggling behind by almost 400 HP, 380 to be precise, 870 crosswise, 490 on that top left-hand tower, as Tico just cannot find a way to stop these Royal Giants from connecting.
I mean, he just can't do anything. Can he get that one shot? The RG does, and we see the wow from Tico. All of a sudden, this monumental lead that Chris has, or that Tico has, means nothing. I don't know if it's the difference between, you know, a building and a fisherman, or being slightly lazy. It looked like he didn't really, like, he was kind of just okay with making slight errors because it didn't matter. And then all of a sudden, the RG gets 1,000 HP worth of damage, and it's too late to come back. Pretty shocking turn of events in that, like, 45-second span.
And big shout out to Lord Baelish on Twitch for a 4-month streak of subscribing. Thanks a lot, Lord Baelish, for your support. And thanks everyone who's watching here, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, for not just supporting me and these players, but supporting Clash Royale competitive overall. The scene thrives because you are involved. So thanks for watching, and whether you've liked, subscribed, followed, or you're just hanging out, watching and talking, we're super happy to have you here. And of course, you can follow me on Twitter at Rich Slayton, follow Joshua AC Sharon at with some variation of A's and H's. I don't even know how many it is on Twitter, but crap.
And I'm not going to help.
Yeah, there's.
I want them to have the challenge if they want to follow me.
Yeah, just try different numbers of H's, and one day you'll find them. Man, you know, it is what we just saw there, Josh. Was that a feature of that Chris actually did have the matchup pretty significantly, and just an early mistake made it swing towards Tico, or was that more of a throw on Tico's side?
I truly believe it was more of a throw on Tico's side. The problem with having such a big lead is that you don't play normally. Instead of building those RG pushes behind the King Tower because you eventually have to overwhelm, you think, well, I only need 700 damage. I can just place this at the bridge, and then if he can't defend, he had the fireball for the zappies and the log for the tombstone. So he's thinking, I can do whatever I want. I can, you know, just pressure at the bridge. I'm going to take the tower, and then I have to defend. I've got Hunter and Fisherman. There's no shot. But if he defends properly once, twice, 3 times, all of a sudden that massive HP advantage, it doesn't really mean anything. And right there, I guess it's just overconfidence. He doesn't build the right pushes, and the game's over just like that.
That was for sure the wrong. How was that? Wait, how did I just get that as my clip? Hold on, let me try this one more time and see if I get the correct clip here. Nope, that's a really outdated. Why is that the clip that keeps popping up? Give me 1 second, folks. Oh, I know why. Got it. I thought that was a text item. Here we go. Here's the correct replay. Nope, never mind. We're going into gameplay. All right. Well, technical difficulties as I was trying to get the replay ready. There's a little throwback action for you. Here we go into game number 3. As now it's Mortar Cannon Cart looking potentially GY-ish on the side of Chris Lyon. And Tico with a little Golden Knight, little EQ, looking like maybe some minor control out of the Brazilian. Remember, loser leaves town, winner moves on.
And Tico going to be running Bomb Tower. So if I had to say who is going to win the game right now, I would always say Chris. I do not think Bomb Tower is a great card. I think even when it's going against the exact right matchup, and right here, this is kind of arguably the exact right matchup, it still does not have the success that it should. I don't like using it in, you know, any decks in competitive.
So Mortar Drill for Chris. Well played with the EQ, with the AQ. She should force out a response and still get some damage. There she goes. Gets one more shot, 2 more shots in. 22-32 is the mark. So Chris in a good spot early. Man, it's such an interesting shift there, Josh, from Bomb Tower being the building that everyone used in all situations at all times to being a building where you go, you're playing Bomb Tower, well, let's call it an auto loss.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, and then Tico also using the Wizard, and at the end of the day, I love variations, I love trying something new, but Wizard and Bomb Tower in your game 3, I just feel like there are better options always.
Is this like Tico's current ladder deck? I'm very confused by this choice.
I can look it up and see. I really don't know why he's opting to use this in his game 3.
Mortar high, EQ working against it. Hog should get 1 unless a snowball comes in, and it does, so there you go. Chris spending quite a bit, and that does give the chance for Tico to use the Wizard, which everyone on chat, half of the Twitch chat is like, why are you using a Wizard? YouTube chat is like, Wizard is OP, and you and I are just confused by his appearance. As the cannon cart goes to the right-hand side here, and you're going to see Wizard take care of the Archer Queen, force out a snowball, but still not get much done. Hog behind, drill to the right-hand side, final 13 of regulation, and the Hog Rider should be enough to give the lead to Tico. As it is, 300 HP, a little more separating these two. Sudden death overtime. Tico with the lead. Can the Bomb Tower Wizard deck clutch game 3 and move Tico into our top 6? Well, we have 2 minutes to find out.
Cannon cart just stays alive. Cannon cart will lock on to the Wizard as well. Gets that 4th shot. Mortar is pretty much down for the count at this point. And the E-Spear does make the jump. I actually don't know if it was able to hit the tower. And then, see, this is the problem. This is why, like, guards are a weird card, because they always get value, but at the same time, it always feels like you need 2 sets of guards. Because they're great on defense against the Drill. They're great on defense against the Archer Queen. They're even great on defense against the opposing Dark Princes. But it feels like you just don't have them in hand whenever you need them.
Hog down, EQ in. Pressure now coming in from Tico. I saw someone on YouTube chat say that Tico repeated Earthquake. No, he did not. In game number 1, he played Poison, and in game number 2, he played Fireball Log. So Tico did not repeat Earthquake. It was Chris who used Earthquake in game number 1. Poison to the right-hand side, drill in. King Tower does get activated with that Electro Spirit, and that's why I've never really understood Electro Spirit in drill decks or in any deck that tries to get directly on tower. Either way, 1197 to 1136. EQ making some more distance in that lead for the moment, and the Wizard does connect on the right-hand side, so rare Wizard connection. Archer Queen going to try to stop this Hog, and it hits.
Wow, this is the second game I've seen from this where players are using their spells on the end that has significantly more HP. I would rather lose because of an overwhelm from those kind of troops than lose because a Hog gets that last shot for 13.
Almost. Chris could not keep the Goblins up enough. EQ beats out the Drill and Tico. That's not the reaction of the guy who just won by 100. Just won. That's the reaction of the guy who won barely and almost saw his tournament slip through his fingers. Tico holds on, bites down on the mouthpiece and swings at the end and gets it done. Tico won with Bomb Tower and Wizard. What just happened? Let's go take a look at the bracket here. Tico does move on. He will await one of the losers from our upper bracket. We are going to go to our upper bracket. I believe he'll await the loser of Airsurfer versus Viiper, and of course Moogie versus Sandbox coming up here in just a few minutes. I don't even know what just happened. Tico able to hold on just barely. Bomb Tower Wizard Hog Cycle. It's the new meta, folks, right?
Did CWA put one of those bounties up?
Yeah, that's got to be the explanation, right? Yeah, there's going to be... I see the chat's roasting a little bit. Wizard has 100% win rate. Yep. Don't sleep on Wizard. No, we'll all sleep on Wizard. Wizard still... I don't care. Wizard still isn't good. Just, a win happened. Things happen that happen. But man, that's... Yeah, chat throwing some shade here as... let's see, Rudy, a.k.a. Adrian Vasquez, saying Bomb Tower auto loss.
I saw that.
Yep. I got to throw that one. Got to throw one up here. Wizard is OP, not going to lie. No, that is you did lie. That is definitely a lie. But Wizard came out on top this time. It happens. But man, that was a thing that we saw occur on screen. Going back thinking about the drill side of it, it was a bit surprising to me that drill. Oh, hold on, we have an announcement. Hold on.
Volvemos a ver las caras. Vuelven las competiciones presenciales. Llega la Clash All Stars de la mano de Universae. Los mejores jugadores del planeta se reúnen de nuevo en la DreamHack Valencia los días 1, 2 y 3 de julio para dar el mejor espectáculo que Clash Royale ha vivido en años. Participa en los clasificatorios abiertos y supera a las superestrellas de la comunidad compitiendo por los 10.000 euros en premios. Clash All Stars by Universae. ¿Aceptas el reto?
So there you go, folks. An offline competition, an IRL competition is going to be happening in Europe this July. That's the first I've even heard of it. I was told there was a big announcement today. There it is. I don't know how you get into it. I don't know. It says open qualifiers, so you can open qualify. I'm sure there'll be more information for it soon. I guess we'll have more information on the next episode of 3 Crowns. We'll figure out what's supposed to happen there, and we'll throw that on there for you guys. But a competition with a in real life final coming your way this July. Let's go.
Wow, pretty cool. I can't believe I didn't know, and this is I get to find out with everybody else.
Yeah, and guys, so those of you who are like, hey, that was in Spanish, well, there were these things called subtitles at the bottom. So, maybe I'll have them send it to me, and I'll do an English VO version of it for you guys. They always hire that British guy to do it, and I'm just like, I'll do it. Just give me the thing, and I'll do it for you guys in English. But that's gonna be a whole lot of fun. I'm really excited for that one. I don't think I'm gonna go to Europe in July. No, I won't, because I'm gonna be in Montana with Slayton Jr. So, but have fun, everybody who does go to that. Let's see. Take a look at the chat. Streaming on the laptop is cracked, man. Sure. Is Sergio Ramos playing? No, he is not. Let's take a look at the Twitch side of things. I'm so far behind on Twitch chat. Let's see. This guy on Twitch, Lufard, says he went Wizard because Chris had used all big spells but Lightning, and Tico used a Q, so he thought about using Wizard, and Chris can't touch it on the other side. Interesting.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I can't side with any. I love it. What does that give me? I love the card. Do people forgive me for my comments now?
Let's see. Asking where in Montana? Southwestern Montana. not far from Ennis, if you know Montana pretty well. That's as much as I'll give you. I've heard this a lot about Wizard. They should make Wizard drop a fireball when it comes in, or fire something like the Ice Wiz does. Like, would deploy damage from Wizard make it more viable somehow?
Absolutely, it could be significantly more viable. I actually really like that because, you know, a lot of the time you're looking for Wizard to like do the damage dealing on troops like Lava Hound or Balloon or something. So it's definitely not like always the answer to be able to drop it like on top of, you know, Lava Pups or something. So yeah, I actually really like that idea for it.
Here we go, the match that people have been calling for all day. They've been saying, where is he? When can we see Moogie? Moogie. But here you are, no more waiting. Moogie against Sandbox. Winners bracket semi-final. The winner here will go to the final of the winners bracket and be just one win away after that from our championship match. Moogie left hand top or bottom of your screen, Sandbox at the top, and we're seeing Moogie go Mortar Miner and Sandbox with the Hog Giant Skeleton with the Archer Queen variation.
This Giant Skeleton Hog deck, it's just so good. I think this is, I know, I forgot what tournament it was. I would assume it was the Queso Cup. And I thought it was the best deck in the tournament meta overall. And even with the balance changes, nothing really changes from that deck. So yeah, I just think it's like one of the greater decks that have like really been created in recent times. And there's no way that got on top of the tower, right? Wow. Doesn't get it, but that was close.
And good damage both lanes now by Sandbox. 1721 on the right-hand side, 1885 on the left-hand side, first 2 minutes away. And Sandbox does have the lead for the moment. And so far, Moogie's been having difficulty getting real work done. As Mortar gets picked up by, hey, once again, Bomb Tower.
Interesting. It's very shocked to see even Sandbox using Bomb Tower right here. Just not what I would expect. I guess I have to change my mind on that. And I'm always okay with admitting defeat, admitting my faults. And I guess right there, I could be wrong with my idea on the Bomb Tower.
Well, it's one of those things where, you think that maybe part of that is at the Bomb Tower. You know, we're talking about dual mode. You play the Bomb Tower early. It still has the function of a building. It's not a totally dead card. It's just not strong in the meta right now. But if you can build a strong deck around Bomb Tower and Bomb Tower does the job of pulling as it should, now you've opened up a whole lot more building opportunities for Game 2 and Game 3. So I look at this not dissimilarly from playing Game number 1 without using a champion. Same idea where you're trying to open up opportunities for Game 2 and 3.
I like that analysis. I feel like you kind of put it together for me.
I might not be great at the game, Josh, but my brain does work. Log in on that left-hand side. AQ not going to go down, so behind the Valk, going to force out a little bit more expenditure on Sandbox's side. High with the Skeleton King should do that job sufficiently, as the guards also play coverage. Here we go. Final minute, triple elixir flowing, 1908 on Sandbox's left-hand tower, but it's currently him with all the pressure as the Hog comes in. Doesn't get a shot. Does not the first time because of Snowball. Second one does get a shot. Doesn't get the third. Now down to 1127. 600 HP difference. Final 40 seconds. Giant Skeleton set up very, very low here by Sandbox. And the Miner comes in on the inside tower with some poison. Sandbox now getting things close, but can he do enough here with 30 left?
This pressure is going to be massive. We see the Miner in the back. Sandbox only needs to catch the Miner one time for it to be effective, but right here we're seeing him miss it time and time again. Earthquake will come down with a Hog push, and that will not even bring the tower back. He
Wow.
finally catches it, but if he gets the poison down and defends this Hog, he wins this game.
Log in, EQ in. The Hog does not connect. EQ not going to be enough. Moogie with the defense here at the end. Sandbox had control almost the entire game. Moogie wrestles it away and takes a brilliant game number 1 win. And I guarantee you Josh's roommate right now, if he's watching, is pretty excited about that one.
4 minutes and 45 seconds of controlling the game from Sandbox, only for the final 15 seconds to make that huge comeback. There was not a single miner that was caught. He was placing the guards early. He was placing it in the back, the front, the side, the middle, all of the possible directions, and it didn't matter. I don't know how he did it, but every miner was placed perfectly. You know, that's the difference between Moogie and everybody else. The man does not miss. I mean, just the final 35 seconds of that game was insane.
Hold on, let me go ahead and let me load up those final 35 for all of us to watch one more time. Let's see if we got how much of that we actually got loaded up here. Let's take a look at this replay. And it says replay now. And you can see Moogie getting the snowball in with the poison, and the miner takes that lead. Let's go back and see that one more time, because this was that turning point. Giant Skeleton you see is high with the bats and the Archer Queen. And the bomb tower working up high. Snowball clears off the guards. Miner gets a lot of damage here, and you have the EQ the opposite direction. And Sandbox here, and what I would say is probably maybe the big error, goes and cycles the Hog here. I can't imagine the Hog had any chance of getting a shot. But he does log, he does EQ. I guess there's really no way he could have gotten more log or more EQ. And that right there, Josh, you know, we're talking about one knock on this giant skeleton deck as opposed to more traditional or more classic variations of Hog EQ cycle. That giant skeleton deck, not only does it make the overall cycle of the deck a whole lot slower, but in those tiny moments, normally you have you have guards in there as well. That's a really heavy deck for an EQ cycle deck. In any other situation, in almost any other deck, he could cycle Fire Spirit Skeletons, log, and one more card, and he's able to get logs and EQs down like crazy there at the end, as opposed to there where he had to get a Hog down because there was no way to cycle more than one log and more than one EQ.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a real Hog deck. It is a giant skeleton deck first and foremost. And because of that, the triple elixir advantage that Hog has over every other deck, it's no longer there. You don't have that insane pressure. You have to be using giant skeleton on defense against miners. It just puts you in weird spots. And yeah, I mean, that's really the only knock on the deck, but it is a pretty severe knock. You can't, I mean, that meltdown that wasn't even really his fault, that really can't happen if you're using a Hog deck. And so it's just, it's interesting. I mean, there's always going to be positives and negatives with each deck, and triple elixir being a negative is always weird for Hog cycle.
And it is super strange, and now you see Sandbox setting up very early with this Inferno Tower. I guess planning to get a stop there on the Mega Minion, plus make whatever comes in next annoying. Kind of slow down the roll overall of our defending world champion. And he goes drill into that right-hand side. Sandbox, been around for quite a while, 8.7K personal best. And, you know, not a lot of players who are still in Clash Royale or in competitive who do have CRL experience. But, of course, Sandbox has it in our solo version quite a bit.
This is a bit of pressure.
Oh, my word. How do you miss that? Force the NATO out as well, and that right there just opened a huge door for Moogie.
And then also the mistake right there, Magic Archer not going to the tower. You need to place the the building on the opposite lane and up one tile if you want the Magic Archer to walk inside the Crown Tower's range. Just mistake after mistake from, you know, I guess both players right there. And all of a sudden, Sandbox's game to lose is anybody's game to lose. Just needs to play. I mean, both players are in just weird spots. Drill decks are always kind of weird, and at the same time, you know, Inferno Tower decks are always weird. So it is going to be interesting as this game goes on.
Inferno Tower just hanging out in the middle as Sandbox takes his time, decides to go opposite lane now. Drill, you know, I'm always curious by the low drill, because look at the distance that Goblin has to walk, right? I mean, I understand some variation, but it seems like it's more of a minor thought than a drill thought, because that Goblin probably might have gotten one less shot there because it had to go for that long journey, about a 2.5 tile walk to stab the tower.
Yeah, it is always strange, and I really do feel... I mean, there has to be an answer. Right here, we see the answer. I mean, we see the answer right here. Magic Archer does get to the tower. So when Magic Archer is in cycle and you know your opponents are trying to do that, that definitely makes sense. When any other instance is happening, it definitely is surprising to see that be such a common occurrence, to see it placed up top.
Graveyard getting some good damage on that left-hand side. Moogie now battling back in this one, 1642, ahead by 12 HP as we go into triple elixir. And just setting up, he's just sitting on these Inferno Towers, Sandbox is so far. That's the pressure of the opposite lane. Go ahead, Josh.
We always see the Inferno Towers be placed on one side of the field. It's never, let me place it in the middle and try and, you know, have everything get kind of kited to it. It's always placed directly on the right and directly on the left. It's interesting to see him utilize the Inferno Tower in that fashion.
Moogie's pressure right now is enormous. Fireball in on the right-hand side. Misses one Zappy, still forces out the arrows. So Sandbox with 23 seconds left does have a chance. Does NATO get the lineup? It does. NATO Magic Archer lineup is absolutely huge here. Gets down to 774 HP. The lead currently for Sandbox with 12 seconds left.
And the left
Graveyard
side.
in. Oh my word, on the left side. Sandbox able to sneak on through on the left and steals that game back. Moogie, Sandbox all tied up here in our winner's bracket semis.
Wow, the left side pressure, the right side pressure, back to the left side pressure. He couldn't do anything. Magic Archer placed up top. Nice NATO interaction to get the Mega Minion and the Zappies on top of the tower. Force out a weird response. And all of a sudden, you know, a game that was firmly in someone's grasp gets flipped just because of one little interaction, one little thing that they did. It was kind of a matter of time. As soon as the Fireball was out of cycle, it felt like the Magic Archer deck. I mean, that's why it's such a strong deck overall. You don't have Fireball in...
Oh.
Did we?
I went to the wrong button. Hold on, there we go. Now here goes the replay of those final moments.
I was kind of scared that I was getting cut off right there again. So
no, you did get cut off because I went to the thumbnail instead of to the replay. And here's that final moment, right? Here's Sandbox just firing back, and the responses had to come out that side against the Magic Archer. Well, what's that mean? It means the wall breakers and Valk go opposite direction. Let's look at that one more time here. So again, we're gonna see the push on the right hand side. Drill comes in, Fireball forces out the arrows. But didn't really need them. The arrows were kind of an over expenditure. And what does that mean here? Not only can the pressure come in from Sandbox on the right-hand side, but look at this. No arrows in cycle for the left-hand side. So Sandbox doing a good job of stretching Moogie really thin and taking the win there.
Yeah, and right here, I also want to point out, there was no NATO in cycle. So the cannon cart, it would have locked onto the cannon cart, and those Zappies didn't get any value whatsoever. Yes, it starts locking the Magic Archer onto the Zappies, but it wasn't touching the tower anyways. And so if you go all in on the defense on the left side, possibly you can stop it. Possibly you can kind of control the game and get one last naked Graveyard to possibly end the game in your favor. But right there, just kind of mistake after mistake from Moogie, and we often see late game mistakes from rookies and newbies, and I mean, I guess we see late game mistakes from everybody, but to see a player of Moogie's caliber making those kind of mistakes, not a common theme in that costly of a mistake endgame.
A very costly mistake indeed, and just want to take a moment to thank everyone over on the Twitch side who's following. I saw a raid coming in from the gaming doc about 23 minutes ago. Sorry for acknowledging that one late, but thanks for coming up and joining. And of course, Lord Baelish for resubbing, and everyone who's followed over on Twitch. I see a ton of you jumping in over there, so thank you very much. I do appreciate all the support here. And let's go ahead and jump into game number 3, the deciding game between these two. And a reminder, folks, this is not an elimination game. The loser here will drop down into our lower bracket and still be in the competition. They will just be having to fight a much, much longer battle into that championship moment than the winner will here. So your odds of winning the golden ticket trip, that direct trip to CRL World Finals, significantly increased with a win here and takes a massive hit if you lose in this next 5 minutes.
Yeah, staying in the winner's bracket is, even when you don't have a golden ticket, staying in the winner's bracket is always a good plan.
So really slow start here compared to our previous matches. So far, just a little cycle of the Barbarian Barrel by Moogie, and Sandbox using his arrows to shut down that little bit of damage. So arrows from Sandbox makes it feel like most likely Graveyard, although there are some lava variants that do run arrows and has not played Miner yet. On Moogie's side, could Moogie be going back to his the deck that won him a world championship with Bowler Loon Freeze?
We did see, and I don't even know if the Lumberloon Freeze that we saw earlier today was, it was a great matchup, but you're right, it does have a lot of great matchups. It would be interesting to see if it's Lumberloon, if it's E-Giant, Sandbox, going Graveyard. You called it. I was really excited. I was thinking, okay, it's confirmed lava. And then as soon as that was my thought process, you said that, and then I looked at Moogie's deck, and it was Arrows Graveyard for his game too. So totally forgot that Arrows was full on for Graveyard.
I see some people in the chat complaining about the staring contest. It happens sometimes, folks. It's nature of the game. Sometimes you don't want to be the first one to move for whatever reason. You see, in this case, Moogie's Golem absolutely buried. My guess is win conditions were buried on both sides. Cannon Cart connects on the right-hand side. Graveyard doing some work here. So significant early damage, but you have a healthy Golem plus Night Witch on the left-hand side. You have Dark Prince plus the Baby Dragon on the right-hand side. So a lot to contend with for Sandbox on defense despite the early lead.
And that is the great lining, able to catch one of the Zappies in all of the cage and the Brawler, takes the damage and then plays this beautifully. I was wondering how he was going to face the opposing push with the Cannon Cart Graveyard. He does it perfectly. Sandbox can't control it. Moogie with the beautiful Overwhelm. Golem, Night Witch, Lightning, not the most skilled play, but in terms of pure, talent with how he set up the push, he did it correctly, but I could see how some Golem haters might not like that.
Who hates Golem here?
Who does? It's not me, but it's one of the casters who's here today. So
what?
Huh.
I don't even know what you're talking about there. Let me go ahead and grab a couple of our little replays here that we'll take a look at in just a couple of moments as you look at the bracket. No big surprises here, though. Moogie going through to, I guess, our winner's bracket semifinals, what you're actually calling this one, the overall semifinal, where he'll await the winner of Viiper and Airsurfer. So, again, no huge surprises there with Moogie going on through, and you can take a look at the lower bracket here. Sandbox now has dropped into the lower bracket where he will know his opponent. Let me go ahead. I think that I have these two replays in the correct order. I'm not entirely convinced that I do, but let me go ahead and throw us some replays here at the moment. And here's that first big Graveyard play on the right-hand side. This was a huge Graveyard Cannon Cart push, gets a lot of work done here. But you look at this, Josh, and there's just so much coming the opposite direction, and we go from there directly into, well, what the whole game was. You can go ahead and get all the damage you want on that right-hand tower, but there's a giant pile of rocks with a whole bunch of stuff behind it coming the opposite direction. So you get good on one side of it, but here we go, the return play, and you see the look on Sandbox's face. He knows, man, of all the things that you want to have happen, that right there is one of the least of them. So GG, well played. Moogie moving on into our winner bracket semifinals, an easy road for him. And one look here at the bracket, Sandbox goes from the frying pan directly to the fire. He goes from playing Moogie to an elimination match against Mohamed Light. Doesn't get much worse than that.
Yeah. Oh, that's 2 losses right there in just 1 loss. Going from the winner's bracket to loser's bracket and Mohamed Light, not what you want to see, but you know, that's what happens. All of these players are so good and talented. Kind of whoever you're gonna face, you don't really want to.
Yeah, that doesn't really matter either way. So Moogie fans certainly happy. And, you know, the bracket graphic, I don't control that. That comes in from the production side of things. You look at the difference now. Moogie has to win 1 best of 3 to make it to our championship. Well, now the route for Sandbox changes so drastically, where he has to go win against Mohamed Light and then get a couple more wins just to get back into that championship matchup. So difficult route for him. And now you have 2 players who are looking to hopefully find that same Moogie route, Viiper and Airsurfer. Viiper, who did finish the regular season very, very high last year in CRL. I'll go ahead and let me get the exact number for that for you guys in just one moment. And of course, Airsurfer, a guy that you know very well, Josh.
We talked earlier today or earlier yesterday, and you know, he's definitely one of my best friends from this game overall. Always want to see him succeed, always want to see him do well in these kind of competitions. And I finally get to this. I think we were talking the other day, and he said he hasn't competed and won money in any like major tournaments this year. And so it's awesome to see him finally have that success. And he's still in the winner's bracket. He still has that chance to win it all, has that chance for the golden ticket, the guaranteed trip to World Finals. So yeah, you know, he just has to win 3 more best of 3s. It's as simple as that.
That's it. And those of you who are in the chat right now, let me know who you think's going to win this one. Airsurfer versus Viiper. Let's get your votes right now. Who's going to go ahead and take this one in a very similar deck style on both sides. Looking like RG in both directions, and we'll see if that is in fact the case. Viiper did finish number 4 in the overall point standings during the CRL regular season last year. So certainly a nice finish for him overall. And I see, let's see, Posty Maloney saying, not Nerf Miner, Airsurfer all the way for Posty Maloney. Dylan saying Airsurfer. K saying I think Airsurfer as well. Most of these votes coming in for Airsurfer. I see Mason Wayne saying Viiper. Jay Cha for Airsurfer. And now here come the Viiper votes here. Nice little selection. Austin Bonnell. Related to Billy Bonnell by any chance there, Austin? Asian 809 with Viiper. A lot of people coming in for Viiper now after a lot of Airsurfer votes. So far, neither one has won the game, but Viiper with a significant lead. I'm guessing that's where the Viiper votes came in now that the bottom left-hand tower is at 1250.
I argue that that's cheating, because anybody who votes with sub 1 minute and a 2000 HP advantage, I feel like any vote they say should get voided.
The Skeleton King or Giant Skeleton on the left-hand side. Archer Queen goes invisible. Giant Skeleton will not do much. And now a big RG push coming the opposite direction here from Viiper. A lot of downhill momentum for the Frenchman. Airsurfer in trouble here as the RG gets 1, gets 2. Does it get a 3rd? Log prevents that from happening. And there's the value you see in Log, especially in a Royal Giant matchup. Doesn't do as much tower damage as it used to, but that knockback is still so critical.
That's the right idea with the Archer Queen on top. Takes out the Hunter. That way, the Giant Skeleton gets just a little bit more value. But I mean, that's the difference of spells. We see the lightning from Viiper. The lightning gets so much value on top of the Archer Queen, the Fisherman, the Hunter, and he was always able to get a pair with it. It was never just the Archer Queen. That's what won him the game. It was always Archer Queen plus Fisherman plus Tower. Viiper, start to finish, was outplaying and controlling the match. And I mean, he couldn't really do much. The Giant Skeleton, as strong of a card that it is, it will put you in awkward situations. We saw early on in the game the Giant Skeletons would walk, Archer Queen would be the response for Viiper, and then he would Fisherman the Giant Skeleton away from everything. And I mean, it was early control, and then just tower goes down eventually once double elixir hit.
You know, one of the strange things, I'm looking at that one and going, you know, I'm going to go ahead and try to see if I can pull up the matchup here on Royale API. I'm guessing it was EQ. Yep, it was EQ as the final card. Earthquake in some decks just seems strange. I understand why EQ gets into a Royal Giant deck. But it seems like if Earthquake is in a deck that isn't going to cycle EQs at the end, that you run the risk of a dead card in your hand.
Yeah. There's a lot of matchups that Earthquake is great against, you know. Yeah, I just don't like... It's the same thing with E-Giant, and it's the reason why we're not seeing it. You can get a lot of bad matchups. You can get a lot of, you know, you only have 2 or 3 cards in your cycle, and that's just not what you want. You don't want a situation where you can't cycle RG. You don't want a situation where you can't cycle your Earthquake, where you can't cycle this, where you can't cycle that. But at the same time, who knows? If Airsurfer had started the match by cycling Earthquakes, then we wouldn't see the Giant Skeletons get no value. So even though, yes, it didn't get the most value, who knows if he plays this matchup, you know, 10 times to practice, he could find out that it would have had a lot of success in it.
Well, in the end, doesn't get it done, and now we go into game number 2. So game number 1, it was RG Fisherman with Lightning for Viiper, no Giant Skeleton in there, and the RG Giant Skeleton Archer Queen out on both sides here. So, you know, you start thinking about the plan for Airsurfer. He knows he's not against Archer Queen, so now you start thinking Airsurfer most likely not going to run Lightning. So let's go back over to Viper's side. If Viper thinks Airsurfer's not running Lightning, what do you think Viper goes with? And, well, I guess here we get the answer as the production gets us in a couple seconds late here. But it happens as time goes on. So now we're no more I was going to say, let's spectate on decks here. No need. We see them.
Viper going to be running Minor Musketeer. The question is, is it going to be the poison variation? We do see the skeleton army come down, so it will be the mortar poison variation. I really love this deck from Viper's side. Airsurfer, on the other hand, going to be running minor wall breakers. Never a terrible deck choice. Always receives some sort of value. Delivery will get some value, but that's a lot of skeletons on top of the tower. Left tower helping out a little bit. And if the left tower didn't help, that could have been seriously dangerous. Instead, just kind of.
And that's a great push from Airsurfer, even though it doesn't get the damage at the end, because it forced out an awkward Musketeer from Viper. An easy spend of 1 elixir to keep the elixir advantage. And, man, that one bat forcing Viper to spend. You see Viper shaking his head there a little bit. He knows that was just one bat he couldn't ignore and didn't have a cheaper answer to. And just like that, he's down a lot of elixir.
Cycles the mortar on offense as we hit double elixir. And there we go. Airsurfer going to be running the Inferno Tower variation. Super cool to see the Inferno Tower be just a common card that's used. It was out of the meta for what felt like 3 years. So it's pretty interesting to see it, you know, kind of make its comeback. Same time, you know, the reason why it was out of the meta is because it does struggle to get a ton of value. In this matchup, it gets weird value. Sometimes it can be great, sometimes it gets protected by bats. Really, it comes down to, can this Inferno Tower get value is going to decide if he's going to be able to win the game.
Well, Airsurfer certainly solid with Minor. Known, of course, as one of the top Expo players of all time, but Definitely a good minor control player as well. But the Inferno Tower taking a big hit in its usability has, of course, been one of the things that sort of changed minor poison control from being viable. Of course, also the many changes to minor. Final 2 minutes here, sudden death, overtime, and this is that Inferno Tower not getting the value, but wall breakers here from Airsurfer to get that mortar off the board. 1850 now with a little bit less due to that poison. Minor into the front inside corner, almost the number 3 spot there. And just like that, Airsurfer will take the lead back, 1452 to 1488. What's the key to victory here for the American, Josh?
Well, right there, I mean, hope that is right there, that is one of the only times where you just can't use the abilities. It was a waste of 2 elixir. The bats were already on top of it. Not a huge fan of that. As far as what Airsurfer needs to do, pretty much exactly what he's doing. Every time he plays down a miner, he gets damaged. The Skeleton King can only do so much. It gets attacked by, you know, the bats, the Knight. Really, at this point, we could see him set up Inferno Towers, like pre-placed Inferno Towers, and it's a weird thing to say, but he has full control over this game at this point.
And that was a great pair of wall breakers as well. Fireball in, trying to give the miner some more room for Viiper. And Viper's going to go ahead and make his case. 643 on the right-hand side. Muskie does not get protected by that log, and that is absolutely huge. Chip damage in, but the Musketeer's still alive. Poison down, working on the right-hand tower. 35 seconds left. Miner to the outside. Poison in. GG, well played. Airsurfer takes game number 2, and we are going to a third and final to decide who will face Moogie in the semifinals on our winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic pressure right there. The final minute, it is so easy for the minor poison players because you don't have to worry about that balance of defense and offense. You don't have to worry about, oh, if I spend 7 elixir, do I have the elixir to be able to defend if he goes in with a minor fireball? Am I overextending? All those answers just poof, gone. You have the minor poison, you have the Golden Knight, you still have extra elixir coming in. So yeah, I mean, at that point, it was basically, can he make it to triple elixir while staying fairly even? He was able to accomplish that, and he was able to get a fairly easy win once he had locked up triple elixir.
Let's go ahead and take a look at this replay here, and this is where Airsurfer takes control one more time. And a lot of it was about what was happening at the bridge here. In the middle of, we'll start this over again, the wall breakers come out predicting that, whoa, why did that stop? What just happened? There we go. Oh, because that was the end of the next sequence. There you go. I was a little confused there by the replay for a half second. So you already saw a nice little lead taken here by Airsurfer. At the end of this video, you'll see the wall breakers coming out to predict the next mortar cycle, and the Inferno Tower will come down as well. And that's, again, as we got late into the game, you know, you talked about, Josh, that the number one thing that would decide that game, the big it factor in the matchup, was does the Inferno Tower get value? And we saw Airsurfer figure out how to make that happen.
Yeah, I really liked what he was able to do with that. It never was really protected with bats. He always, I just love how he balanced his pushes. He always forced out. I think one of the main things was, it was time and time again, every time he would have his bats cross the bridge, he had a Golden Knight protecting the bats. And so it was like bats versus bats, but his bats were protected. And once that was happening, that just meant more troops had to come down. It meant he had to play the Musketeer and the Poison to take out the bats. It was a simple thing, just protecting your bats, but with no true answer to them. They were able to get value every single time. And a lot of that is due to you only have one set of bats, and they needed to be for opposing bats, Inferno Towers, and miners, and that's just not possible.
And we just barely saw the tail end there of the official emote of Airsurfer, the Chinese New Year celebration pig with the gold dropping down. If you see someone named Airsurfer and the game starts and they don't play that emote, you know you're not playing against the real Airsurfer.
Are there any players besides Airsurfer and Pomp who have that true emote to themselves?
I don't know. That's a good one to think about. Let me rack my brain for a second. You know, you do have Surgical Goblin has the GG well played thumbs up.
Right.
He does have that, but that's at the back end. So giant skeleton drill here for Viiper. Interesting variation on what I'm guessing is a Magic Archer NATO deck where giant skeleton, yep, there's the Magic Archer. Giant skeleton, an interesting piece to move in here, and probably a big part of that because of the Royal Ghost being used in the first game with that Royal Giant deck, as that's the more popular variant. Mortar will not get a shot, I believe. Does it get that last death shot? No, it doesn't. So for the moment, Viiper with the lead, courtesy of that Magic Archer damage.
Right there, almost picture-perfect defense from Airsurfer. Slight mistake, Mortar doesn't come out in time, and that's going to be 500 HP worth of damage on the tower that he should not have taken had he played it perfectly. But overall, Airsurfer, smart play, and right here, no Ewas in cycle. He knows that he can kind of get away with a naked grave, or, you know, not really a naked graveyard, but a graveyard where the troop protecting it doesn't get too much value. Right here, this could be worrisome. Instead, Mortar to protect from the dash getting to the tower, and then Fireball for the Magic Archer. He has Fireball, and he has arrows, but, you know, there are a lot of responses from Viiper, and that King Tower activation could win him the game with just that small play.
That is absolutely brutal. Now it is, and there's no cannon cart here, right? Now, often if you're playing cannon cart graveyard, musky graveyard, the King Tower activation is slightly less impactful because the graveyard is the primary win condition, but you have the secondaries. This is going to be a little more difficult. Now, if he can get those layers going with the Skeleton King and the graveyard working in tandem, that could be a factor here, but this just became much, much, much more difficult for Airsurfer. Very nicely done by Viiper.
Okay, right there. He was able to get the ability popped, but yeah, I mean, this is great gameplay from Viiper. Ewiz is not going to be taken out from the Inferno Dragon, so great situation for him again. I mean, Airsurfer's like biggest pressure is Spear Goblins at the bridge. At this point, poisons are coming down. Bombers are placed up top to be able to protect the Inferno Dragon from getting to the tower. I mean, there's only 500 HP separating the two players, but I don't know what he's supposed to do in this situation.
Yeah, the Elixir lead for Airsurfer not turning into a big advantage here as the Mortar gets picked up by the Golden Knight and then shredded by that Magic Archer. Some good damage on the left-hand side, and that's where Airsurfer wants to go. Drill now going to continue into that same side, which is now the weak side for Airsurfer. Viiper playing very, very nicely right now. That NATO might be a problem, though. That NATO is a huge, huge problem. And just like that, Airsurfer takes a massive lead in a game that looked to be absolute death, and now he switches into defense mode.
I don't even know how that even happened. It just all of a sudden he wasn't able to, it comes down to maybe cycling Ewiz incorrectly. Whatever it was, whatever the situation was, that is a problem. But these goblins on top of the tower getting it down.
What a sequence by Viiper. It looked like an absolute throw. And then suddenly, he steals it back. Great play with the drill and the Magic Archer. Magic Archer and NATO. Can they get this one done? 137. Poison will do it. Viiper coming off a win in the Snapdragon Pro Series European split. Big win there, has a shot at a golden ticket there, and now has a shot at a golden ticket here. He is one win away, has to beat Moogie, and he will be in that championship match at the Masters Challenge. Viiper playing some of the best Clash Royale of his career this June 2022.
I mean, he gives up a ton of damage. How does he respond with a beautiful Magic Archer lineup, with a beautiful situational, you know, it plays this correctly, NATO's this off, NATO's this troop away. Everything was done right. You know, small mistake aside, everything was done right at the end. And the lineup to get himself an extra 500 HP, the lineup to get himself within poison range. You know, if you're going to make a mistake, but you respond like that, you're allowed to make mistakes, because it still puts you into the winner's bracket.
Airsurfer down but not out will face Tico in the lower bracket for an elimination match. Sandbox, and you see Light there as well. But we do have the semifinal, the Last match of the winner's bracket will be Moogie and Viiper, which is a fantastic matchup. Let's go take a look at some of the end here. I believe this is some of the end. Yep, this is a nice little chunk. I think you might get the whole final sequence. So here's that graveyard coming in. Here is the Inferno Tower, the Inferno Dragon. And look at the damage here. Airsurfer sets up on defense with the mortar. So Josh, talk us through what goes wrong for Airsurfer here in these final moments.
Yeah, I mean, you would assume that the mortar would be great on defense, but it doesn't appear to really be the case. The Inferno Dragon does get cycled in the back, but I think it really comes down to, can you afford to do a naked graveyard right there? The King Tower is activated, the Crown Tower is activated. You can never make that play. There was not a single skeleton that was able to hit the tower. I was watching carefully. Does the tower get any damage whatsoever? The answer is no. And even on that one, the tower never got touched. I mean, once it got down to 1163, it was never touched.
Yeah, let's take a look at that sequence one more time. And he's way ahead, sets up on defense. And I was going to say the same thing, Josh. It's this naked graveyard where you're spending 5 elixir on offense is not going to get you much, where look at how much value those goblins get after the NATO comes in. If you don't spend that, you have elixir to stop those goblins, to pick up or distract the magic archer. And man, that 5 elixir being spent on offense for nothing, that just changes the game entirely. So Viiper makes a critical error and gets caught flat-footed, nearly gives up the game. And Airsurfer, you know, he's not a guy who's known for making a lot of mistakes, but when he makes mistakes, it seems like that's the big thing with Airsurfer, right? Is that a lot of people make mistakes in Clash Royale, but they're mistakes that are recoverable. And if there is one knock you talk about, we've talked about Airsurfer's sometimes performance jitters in the past. It's been an ongoing thing, especially for online versus or offline versus online competition. But I think that when you really start thinking about it, it's that when Airsurfer makes a mistake, it typically is a critical mistake as opposed to a recoverable one. And so you're talking about one of the best players in American history for Clash Royale. Definitely a guy who's I don't know where you rank him overall in the history of Clash Royale players. I'll say easily top 20 all time in the game. I think going tighter than that starts to become, you have a lot of people to debate up and down at that stage, but easily a top 20 player. But I think that's the big thing, is when he messes up, it's one that costs the game.
Yeah, and I mean, you're saying it perfectly. There's always something with Airsurfer. In terms of talent, he's got it. He's with the best of them, but something always happens. And right there, we saw it. I was looking at the replay just to see if there was anything else. I mean, you could argue that the arrows weren't needed for the bomber and the Golden Knight, and had the arrows been used on top of the drill, that could have been, a stronger defense. Maybe the Inferno Dragon doesn't walk low, and instead it can just fly up high, and then he doesn't even get the Crown Tower lineup. So it was just kind of mistake after mistake right there. And, I mean, that's just the name of the game. You can't make mistakes if you want to be in that top 15, that top 10, that top 5 all-time range. It just, you have to play perfectly at all times.
Big damage here from Mohamed Light on that left-hand tower as the piggies sneak on by. Interesting Lava Loon choice here from Sandbox to go. I mean, this is about as OG as you can get for a Lava Loon deck. Lava Loon Barbs.
Lava Loon Barbs, no big spell. A very interesting deck choice right there from Sandbox. And one that might be super successful. It's, the arrows instead of Fireball obviously is going to hurt you in some matchups, but when you're going against the Archer Queen, the Fireball isn't going to be able to take it out. So, you have the arrows, you have the zap, and it is the minion horde variation. I haven't seen this in so long. This is going to be exciting to see. I mean, the reason why we don't see it very often is because it's just not possible to have success with double minions. In this meta, we're seeing Minion Horde actually have success, and nice minions over the bridge to catch the Firecracker.
I mean, this is such an old, kind of outdated version. And then you look at Mo running, you don't see a lot of mirror in competitive right now, despite it being annoyingly everywhere on ladder. But you see Mo running that mirror, and with the Archer Queen giving a little extra fast cycle, the ability for him to play Firecracker or play the delivery, get an Archer Queen in the mix, and then go back to one of those two again. This is going to be a fascinating endgame as we go into sudden death, and things are pretty close.
Earthquake is going to come down on top of the barbs, and I really like that play. I don't... Oh, and that's a really strong defense. I don't know if you can actually set up with lava. The pressure that Mohamed Light can force in this matchup at this point is very difficult. I mean, that's exactly what you need to be doing. If you don't lava right there, you will never be able to get any pressure on top of the tower, and you are just going to get spelled out. At this point, a lava into minion horde into loon is the answer.
Oh, wow. That zap nearly got the game there for Sandbox. That was a half-step zap, and now Mohamed Light is going to be very close to putting this thing away. Firecracker goes towards the balloon. Second Firecracker down. Minions to help. Can it work? The balloon doesn't touch. Trying to hold on here. Balloon damage in. EQ gets it done. What a wild finish there. Man, that zap could have been a game changer. Balloon could have once again been the spoiler for Mohamed Light. Instead, able to hang on is the Pharaoh. And wow, I mean, look at Josh. Look at Josh's face right now. He's just like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a lot easier for him. I thought the Archer Queens were going to be... I mean, every time you delivery on top of everything, it should be able to lock it up. But I mean, that's why Lava Luna has always had some level of success in competition, because even when you have every answer possible, you have the double Firecracker, you have the double Earthquake if you need to, it still is able to pull off something. And I really thought that the game was over a long time ago. And so for him to be able to pull that within, I mean, wow, that was great from him.
Here's how great that was, is that nobody on Twitch clipped that. They were all too excited by the moment. Oh, I want to replay that end. I want to replay that end game, but oh well, we won't have a replay. Oh, there we go. 12 seconds ago, we get. I think this should be the finish. Let me go ahead and see if I can get this one in here. This is our. I don't have instant replay built into OBS. I think there might be a plugin for that, but I've never actually seen it. So we do the cheap version, which is someone gets a Twitch clip, and then I go ahead and play it in here. Let's go ahead and take a look at that finish here.
Everybody who does go to that.
Nope, that's not what that is at all. Okay, well, that's a weird clip that was not what I was looking for at all.
Yeah, I saw the clip.
All right, let's see if I can find... Nope. Oh, well, Twitch crashed for our OP mod, Chuckwagon. Shout out to Chuckwagon, by the way. He's been modding on Twitch and getting a lot of the clips, and everyone who's been getting clips on Twitch overall. Do appreciate that one. Man, what a finish. And I guess obviously our players taking some time here to choose the decks for the next game. So we'll see what they come up with. Lava old school. Oh, here we go. Nope, that's also not it. What are you guys clipping here? Just rando stuff? Let's go ahead and jump into gameplay then. No replay for that really great ending. Classic double minions lava loon out of Sandbox. Doesn't get the dub. Mo holds on. And now here we go, looking like minor wall breakers for Mohamed Light here.
Sandbox with the Golden Knight probably means that we're looking at a minor control. And there we go. We do see the minor. I was going to say it could be minor control, but you know, we have seen a little bit of graveyard with the Golden Knight, so it could have been graveyard as well. I like these kind of decks. But the pressure that you can have from the minor wall breakers, the minor Magic Archer, NATO, if Sandbox doesn't have Fireball, we could see a lot of trouble with just one minor Magic Archer. And with minor decks, I like as much pressure as possible. I like the second win condition from the wall breakers, the third win condition from the Magic Archer. Straight up minor does have a lot of problems with these kind of matchups.
Log cycles on the right-hand side. A little more chip here for Mohamed Light, 21-28. for a man who already has a golden ticket. And, man, the lack of pressure that must be here for Mo, playing where he already has his trip to World Finals secured. He's already won so much money this year. You got to envy a guy in that position. A nice little King Tower activation there for Mo.
There we go. We do see the poison. The prediction log could have been something special. Instead, not going to come out in time. Still gets the tower down to 1896. But these Valks to protect from the Golden Knight getting to the tower. These guards on top of the miner. Yes, you're giving poison value, but at the same time, the pressure that you can get right there. Tesla forced out because of the pre-log. It is so difficult at this point. And with NATO back in cycle, these Magic Archers could be special.
Someone on YouTube chat, Stepbro, saying, why is Mo grinning like a lunatic the whole time? Well, it's if you were continuously dominating Clash Royale and winning tens of thousands of dollars on the regular, you might be grinning like a lunatic as well. So someone also said it was I think someone else said that it wasn't a lunatic grin, that it was more of like a menacing grin. Either way, why does Steph Curry always smile? You know what I mean? Come on.
So I took a look at the chat just off the side of my eye, and I saw another person comment, Bomb Tower instant loss, by the way.
Is Bomb Tower undefeated today? Or did it lose once? I think it lost once. It lost once in a drill game. So Bomb Tower is 50-50. So this game decides whether Bomb Tower is great or trash. It all comes down to one game. And a big shout out, huge super chat from Damian Lagarza, $50 to support the stream. Damian, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's go ahead and dial in on the gameplay here as Mo's going to finish things up. And we'll take a look at some chat here after this match is over. Miner to the back, picked up by the guards. Poison on both King Tower and on Princess Tower, 290 on the right-hand side. And that's going to be a cheeky little NATO there that will get it done. Mohamed Light sends Sandbox home and moves one step closer to fighting for that overall championship here at the Masters Challenge Finals.
Wow. Just a clean sweep right there from Mohamed Light. Sandbox clapping it up. He did his thing, but it wasn't enough. Mohamed Light did his thing just a little bit better. Magic Archer, Wallbreakers, NATO. I guess I need to include Bomb Tower in the description of the deck. Having a lot of success. It's really great. The last time I finished top 200, by the way, was like two and a half years ago, and it was with Minor Magic Archer. You know, I'm kind of getting the rush. I'm kind of getting the itch to start playing again. Really.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Does Josh step back in? We'll see. And one more, I just want to say one more time, huge thanks, Damian Lagarza, with the $50 super chat to support the stream. Really do appreciate that a lot. Whether you're donating it or just watching, subscribing, following, commenting, chatting, whatever it is, we love having you all here. But extra super shout out to Damian because now I get to have a $50 burrito. One burrito. How do I get $50 into one burrito? Lobster? Is that how you do it? Possibly. We'll see how we can make it happen. To give something back to you guys here, you did see you saw the trailer earlier for the offline event that will be a Clash Royale competition at DreamHack. Well, there you go. In the link in the chat right now, there is the link to it. So you can go ahead and check that out. Let's go ahead and take a look also at the bracket. And I'll put this on the Twitch chat as well, guys. There is the link for the Clash Royale All-Stars event, which will be live at DreamHack for the finals. So very, very cool stuff there for you. Mohamed Light, as you can see, moving forward in the elimination bracket. He'll face the winner of Airsurfer and Tico. And then the winner of that will go up against the loser of Moogie and Viiper. So again, you see how much longer the journey is in the lower bracket than it is in the upper bracket. The winner of Moogie Viiper goes directly to our grand final, has a shot at the golden ticket, and the biggest piece, the $15,000 top prize of this $50,000 event. Right now, the guys down at the bottom still have a lot of winning to do if they want to have a hope at that same goal.
Yeah, the difference between being in the winner's bracket right now and the loser's bracket right now is a difference of like $3,000 guaranteed dollars, something like that. So yeah, I mean, they're in fantastic positions. One more game and they're guaranteed 10,000. And with that, that means that in approximately like 20 minutes, I get to hear you say, well, in about 30 minutes, I might have the chance to get to hear you say a best of one for $5,000. And I always love hearing that.
Yeah. No, that's the most fun, right? When you're like, hey, why don't we play one game of Clash Royale and see if you can buy a car tomorrow or not, right? It's super bananas. But that's why it's so fun. You know, there's so many fun esports out there, but there's nothing like Clash Royale, right? Like Clash Royale is so unique in the style of esport, both in terms of there's the gameplay is the only one, I guess the closest one would be like is like speed chess, essentially, which is also an offline thing as well. But you have a game where the top players in the world are only winning 70% of their games. And on top of that, how it can all 5 minutes can be big money. It's so much fun to commentate.
It really is. It's beautiful, and you know, we're still seeing surprises every single competition as well. So that's always great.
And a bait variation out of Tico against Airsurfer, looking like he's running Graveyard. We have not seen. How much Goblin Barrel have we seen today?
I believe that this is the first time that we are seeing Goblin Barrel in today's matches.
And Double Barrel it is more specifically, and well defended here. And it's Ram Rider from Airsurfer as opposed to being Graveyard. Have not seen much Ram Rider today either.
I'm pretty sure both of these decks that are being used were used once overall in the day one competition and by the respective players. I'm pretty sure Airsurfer used this Ram Rider Lightning deck, and I'm pretty sure Tico used this Double Bait Inferno Tower deck, or at least something very, very similar. And this is just not a good situation for Airsurfer so far. Once Triple Elixir happens, that's when it gets weird. But to only have Snowball, to only have Lightning against a full bait, a full double barrel bait, never something you want to see if you're on the side of the Giant Skeleton Ram Rider deck.
And one of the interesting things here, the hard things, is that, you know, you're looking like, hey, maybe he has to predict a Skarmy with a Snowball to get a Ram Rider or a Giant Skeleton through. But the second he does that, he's going to get barreled, and that's just that's a bigger problem than not breaking through.
And right here, we're already seeing as Double Elixir hits, the Goblin Barrel is able to get it around the Snowball, get around the the E-Wiz always in response. And Airsurfer, I feel like his plan immediately was recognize the matchup and then try and go to Triple Elixir. Right here, Inferno Tower sniping the cannon card, not great for Airsurfer.
And Goblin Barrel on the right-hand side. Snowball will at least get two of the Goblins out of the mix, 22-20 on the right-hand side. And so far, really no significant damage at all done by Airsurfer.
Cannon Cart whipping back to be able to take out one of the Goblins from the Goblin Barrel. But right here, the Fireball plus the Dark Goblin. When you don't have a response to Dark Goblin, the game you are going to play is not going to be fun. And we are seeing a difficult situation for Airsurfer. He's now attempted to stack troops, and then we see a Fireball. We've seen him try and get aggressive, and we've seen him Inferno Tower, and we've seen him use Ram Rider on defense for barrels. and there are just no clear answers, no clear responses to this matchup.
Big shout out to Nimbus Rider for modding over on YouTube in a style I certainly appreciate. As we get into our final 70 seconds here, Airsurfer cannot find a way through. If there's a time for a lightning, it's probably pretty soon. Is lightning cycle the only way to even get damage on tower at this stage?
It appears to be the case. I mean, really, the thing, I mean, the advantage you have against double bait is that there's no big spell, is usually what you can say. At this point, this specific variation has that fireball. It's interesting to see what he's going to be able to do with this, but he's giving too much value every single way. I mean, he's making different plays. It's just not mattering.
Yeah, you know, we talk about 100-0 matchups, and it's rare that a matchup is truly 100-0, but I can't imagine being a human being who plays this game with stable Wi-Fi and not winning the matchup that Tico has right now. So really great pick out of Tico, and he's going to take game one here pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, start to finish. I mean, great gameplay from Tico, but I mean, you got to give all the props in the world just for the analytical battle. That was the most important thing about this set so far. Tico with the great deck one choice. Airsurfer in a world of hurt. Going down game one when you get that 100-0 matchup, it really hurts the heart because you're basically just starting. There was no like skill level difference or anything. You're just starting a best of 3 down 0-1.
Yeah, that's really brutal. And then now you got to go back and figure out, okay, where do I go from here? I think that if there is one big, if there's like a silver lining here to the clouds for Airsurfer, it's that Fireball was in that variation, right? Typically, Double Bait doesn't run a big spell, as you were saying. Fireball being in that variation does open up opportunities for Airsurfer deck building wise that you typically wouldn't have against a Double Bait deck. Now, the question of whether Fireball was a critical part of winning that one for Tico is another debate. I don't think it was the X factor here. I think it was it was a problem for Airsurfer no matter what. So honestly, if I'm Airsurfer right now, I'm happy I just saw Fireball.
Yeah, I agree. Fireball for the last 2 or 3 years has been kind of, it's out of my opponent's duel, deck list. That's a plus for me. It's interesting, but like Fireball is on the same level as heroes, as like the champions. When that's not in cycle, like when that's not possible, you can celebrate that. So yeah, I mean it's weird, but at least he used Fireball in that deck. At least that's one less thing he has to worry about. One
big less thing he has to worry about. So to review the decks, I guess the API hasn't updated yet. I thought I had the decks up and ready to go. Well, I'll get those decks in a little bit. So then on the other side, you're talking about on Airsurfer side, Ram Rider. It feels like with Mega Knight being out of the game, that Ram Riders does not have the value that it had beforehand. Is it really just that MK Ram Rider was such a phenomenal combination, or is there something else going on?
Yeah, I mean, I really think it has everything to do with it being, MK Ram Rider. We saw people try and flip it around to use P.E.K.K.A Ram Rider, but it didn't have any success due to the fact that you didn't have the pressure. And so right there, you have the Giant Skeleton, and yes, Giant Skeleton is a great card. We're seeing a lot of people have success with the Giant Skeleton Hog, or I'm pretty sure Airsurfer won his game the other day with the Giant Skeleton Ram Rider. But you need that pressure, you need that Mega Knight, you need that, the minor zaps in the back. It just, the pressure you get with MK is like what makes that deck.
And taking a look at this, we talked about the advantages that could possibly be found by Airsurfer with Fireball out. What does he do with Fireball out? Immediately goes to Fireball bait. So pigs, drill, or pigs, zappies, flying machine, and I've played this matchup a bunch, and while you have the EWIZ, you have the Nito, you have the Magic Archer, that flying machine can get super, super annoying, especially as the board gets more and more filled with distractions.
Absolutely. As soon as we see the Royal recruits, it will be very impressive if Tico puts himself in a position to win. Not even win the game, but if he has Royal recruits and Airsurfer plays a great game, like even just getting himself in a good position is going to be wildly impressive.
So no recruits yet, and a little restraint there on Tico's part not to pop the ability of the Golden Knight. Connection with the Golden Knight the opposite direction, and nice arrows from Airsurfer to stick that cannon cart in enemy territory, not let it get involved in the game. That is a nice ghost connection from Tico. Airsurfer playing a little bit loose on that right-hand side. Tico does not take the lead back, but 1949 puts it there, and here we go. There goes the 6-man. 2 to the left, or 2 to the right, 4 to the left. Magic Archer out, not needing the fireball for the Magic Archer also opens up some value here for Airsurfer as the pigs get on that right-hand tower and extend the lead significantly for the American as we go into sudden death overtime.
That was beautifully played. I love that he let the ghost like run through. That is not something we often see. We see over defense, you know, from a lot of different players. Instead, takes the damage, even allows enough damage where the right side is no longer the healthier side. But that's exactly what you want to be doing. You want to have yourself set up with that beautiful Royal Recruits push, the flying machine over the middle or the opposite, or, you know, off to the side. You know, he's doing everything he needs to, and Tico's playing great, but if Airsurfer's playing great as well, you're left in a world of hurt.
Zappy is going to do a little bit of work on that left-hand side as well. Cannon cart to clean up, but of course right side is the real damage, but Airsurfer now with the lead in both lanes. Drill to the left-hand lane, cannon cart high, and that's the recruits. They just clog up the lane. Flying machine going to go ahead and get on the Magic Archer. And good NATO here to clean up, but doesn't matter. Magic Archer not going to be a big factor as we go into our final minute. Triple Elixir on its way. Airsurfer with a big advantage. Of course, Tico does have the bigger advantage, meaning he's up 1 game overall. So has 1 to give right now, but Airsurfer looking like, barring a major mistake, should tie things up here. Cannon cart protecting the Magic Archer. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, that could be the major mistake right there. Golden Knight on top of the tower, 241. Oh my.
Unbelievable. Just as I'm saying, barring a big mistake, Airsurfer has this one all locked up. What does he do? He makes the mistake. And man, you hate to see it. You like Airsurfer a lot. I like Airsurfer a lot. But as I said earlier, when Airsurfer makes mistakes, they are fatal ones. And that is, we just saw 1 more in that moment.
Places everything too close together. Golden Knight able to dash on top of 4 of the recruits, the Zappies, and the tower. And the combination of the Golden Knight and the Goblins on top of the tower forces out the arrows, but the Goblins are still inside the drill's cage. And all of a sudden, a 1500 HP advantage becomes a tower down. And Airsurfer in a great position for game number 2. Can't do anything. And Tico with a clean sweep. That was a great set from Tico.
Yeah, it was a great. Tico's been having great sets, and to stick in it. Look, how many people might have at some point just waved the white flag on that one? Instead, Tico stays in, waits for Airsurfer to make that fatal error, and takes it. That's a huge one for him. And now you have your top 4 on the winners bracket side, Mohamed Light and Viiper. On the lower bracket side, you have Tico and Mohamed Light. So we have our top 4 here. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those at that final moment. Airsurfer way ahead here, Josh. Look at this. The Golden Knight gets in deep. The drill gets on tower, and the arrows are just early. That's all it is. Literally all it is the arrows are a pile early. He didn't have anything to pick up 1 Goblin. And just like that, let's go ahead and look at that one more time. Let's take it back here. Again, Golden Knight dashes on in. And look at this. The Goblin doesn't die. He arrows really early. Golden Knight turns around. Goblins go wild on it. That's GG, well played. That is a kind of a shocking error out of Airsurfer at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Tico just, he set himself up, but Airsurfer just didn't do the right thing. Played troops out of order. I mean, should have defended with the flying machine first and then arrowed after. The targeting from the crown tower was on top of the knight, and maybe he thought it was on top of the drill. But yeah, that's a mistake that you can't make end game. It's easy to look at it from a bird's eye view, from a viewer's standpoint, and say, oh, why is he doing that? But even then, that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, and that's one of the big challenges there at the end, but it opens the door for Tico now. And Mohamed Light just got a curious matchup, right? Like normally I would say, hey, Mohamed Light just got a real benefit of a matchup in that lower bracket semifinal. But on the flip side, like the way Tico's been playing today and the way that Tico's been going for matchups today, I mean that's kind of hard, right? And we've seen a couple of games now. What's the best way to put this? There's an old saying that goes, it's better to be lucky than good. And Tico is good, but man, have the balls bounce in his favor in some of these critical moments.
Absolutely. And it's better to be lucky and good than just lucky.
Yeah.
And at this point, that's what Tico has been able to pull off. But with that, part of the reason why Tico has been getting lucky is because, you know, the analytical work has been great, but you're not going to win on the analytical side against Mohamed Light. It just doesn't work like that. I was talking to Jibas and from after the Queso Cup tournament, and he's like, oh yeah, the 8 decks that were used in the tournament, we created 6 of them. He went down the list of all the decks that he created, and it was unreal how much work they put in, you know, before tournaments, during tournaments, you know, staying up late, 8 people on the Discord call in order to get the right matchup.
Wow.
You are not winning on the analytical side against Mohamed.
I didn't mean to put it on the screen, but I did see someone say, hey, less talky, more play. We're not in charge of when the games happen, guys. We're just here. We're the commentators here to host the show for you, talk you through the action, and you know, I press buttons to go from screen to screen. League operations is getting the games up as fast as possible. We'd love to just go gameplay to gameplay, but we have to wait for the players to press play and then begin playing. We can't just go to gameplay when there is none. So but speaking of gameplay, check this out. You got your wish. Mohamed Light up against Tico. Winner moves on to our top 3, and loser leaves town with a pretty good chunk of change, but no golden ticket chance.
I'm glad you're not, you know, just doing a black screen out of spite for those kind of comments. That's very impressive of you.
Hold on 1 second, folks. There we go. Just getting a question into League Ops here. And hey, you wanted to see it, Josh. Mohamed Light running Electro Giant here to open up with game number 1. And oh boy, stop that, Tico. Your tower is getting hit. And all I can do is emote because, oof.
Yeah. Yeah. What a start from Mohamed Light. And look, it was actually this deck that Tico was using where he took that crazy deficit and was able to make that comeback. But he was going against a deck that didn't have a building or an Inferno Dragon or it being controlled by Mohamed Light. So yeah, this is probably not the position he wanted to be in 1 minute and 36 seconds into the game.
371 on the right-hand tower, so Mohamed Light, assuming he has lightning, just goes ahead and plays into the left-hand tower. And yeah, I think Tico is waving the white flag here with that log. I think he knows it's over. And Mo doing what Mo does, which is winning and enjoying himself. And you know, people are gonna be like, I see all the time people are like, oh, I hate how arrogant he is, how he laughs, how he's the best.
Was that a Michael Jordan shrug right there as well?
Yeah, bro, he's the best. Just go with it. People hate on Curry when they're like, Curry's always showboating and always looking so happy. People hate it on Jordan. People hate on the best. I'm sorry. If I were as good at anything as Mo is at Clash Royale, all I'd be doing, I'd be like brushing dirt off my shoulder. I'd be kissing biceps. That's all I'd be doing. So, you know what? More power to you. And I see someone, Will Smith in the chat. Hey, I'll give you, don't hit me. All right, there's the kiss for you, Will. Why does he have sunglasses on? Because they're dope. Oh, by the way, I've seen some comments lately about the Stunnies. I have 35, 40 pairs of these bad boys. They're Gooders. If you look in the link in the description below, GOODR, Gooders, you can use my code, actually code RICH, my same code you can use in the Supercell shop. You can also use it when you're buying Gooders for 15% off. So if you like my sunglasses, Gooders are a big supporter of the channel and of all my streams. So go ahead, get those too. You can be as fly as me. I mean, not quite, but like you can get close. You can imitate. You know what I mean? So hope you guys can enjoy those if you like. Man. This. You know what? I'll allow this one. There you go. There's some emotes necessary in the mix here. Man. What do you do if you're Tico now? After that, I mean, you just got super out matchupped, and then stunned on.
Yeah.
How do you come back here?
And you don't have RG available to you. I mean, I like it. It depends how confident he is with the quick cycle minor decks. Can he use minor wall breakers, magic archer, and have success with it? Maybe swap the Tesla in instead of the bomb tower to get, you know, a mirror match advantage. You know, there's also the possibility of Mortar Graveyard. There are a few options available to him. RG doesn't overlap with a lot of other cards, a lot of other decks. At the same time, you know, one of the things that I used to do in these kind of tournaments was, oh, did I throw a game one? Did I lose game one embarrassingly? Well, game two, I'm just going to do something easy, something simple. It's probably not the best way to look at it, but I want to limit mistakes for myself for game two. And then game three, that's when I go all out. I don't know if Tico's going to do that. I would like to see him just use a safer deck so that way he can just put himself in a position to win, guaranteed.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. Mo cycles Snowball, plays Mortar, a tile inside. Any idea why he played the Mortar? Was that just the rare misclick, or is there a reason he played that tile that Mortar one tile inside?
Maybe with the cards that he had to protect it, if he was going against like a bandit and it was placed on the outside, maybe it's easier to get the timing down. Anybody else, I would just say there's no reason it was misclick. For Mohamed Light, I feel like he just there had to be a reason. It's Mohamed Light. It makes sense that there was a reason why he made that play.
Pekka in deep, minor to pull, Iwa's behind. Pekka, the big mama. We're seeing a slight resurgence of Pekka because of the rise of E-Giant, but you just saw E-Giant. So thoughts on why Tico's going, I think this is Pekka GY. It could be Pekka Ram, but I think it's Pekka GY because we've been seeing some of that. Watch it be Ram Rider or something else entirely in a moment here. Why Pekka? When the E-Giants are in there, it's Ram Rider.
Okay. And right there, you know, if you are going to be going against Mohamed Light, you can't really make mistakes. You can't, everything has to be perfect. Right there, there was arguably, he could have done Cannon Cart opposite lane at the bridge, and Mohamed Light didn't have any elixir. He didn't have guards in cycle. He didn't have Snowball in cycle or Valkyrie in cycle because the Valk was used on top of the Ewiz. I would have liked to see him try and predict that. I don't like Pekka. I don't think it's a good card, especially when the E-Giant is out of play. I would have liked to see him try and go all out on the opposite end right there. Because, yeah, I can't give you an answer on why he would use Pekka.
Poison here in the middle. Valk plus guards. Guards do not get in front of the Valkyrie, so Pekka takes Valk off the board. Musketeer working. That's a good lightning. This is a lot on the board right now. Valk back around one more time. Is Mo going to defend this? Comes out with one shot. Minor goes, gets on the cannon cart. How in the world did Mo take one baby dragon belch from all of that? Kids, take notes.
I mean, brilliant defense right there from Mohamed Light. At the end of the day, though, that's not the worst thing ever for Tico as well. I mean, yes, he defended it well. But at the same time, Tico put himself in a pretty solid position. He forces out the cards right there, so that's great as well. He resets with the P.E.K.K.A. It could have been worse. Obviously, not great for him. But yeah, Mohamed Light should be giving up more damage. It just doesn't work like that on Mobies.
1842 on Tico's left-hand tower. He has a lot of work to do here. He's had a good day so far, but it doesn't matter after a certain point. Musketeer going to go ahead and work on that Baby Dragon, and Mo offensively mortars here. Cannon Cart goes to the guards first. He cannot defend it, so Cannon Cart goes ahead and takes that mortar down. As Mo goes to the right-hand lane, guards low. That's going to be a very healthy P.E.K.K.A.
That was almost game over just like that. The miner brings the P.E.K.K.A. all the way to the back corner. Perfectly placed right there from Mo, but he was placed perfectly as well. Able to take out the Musketeer just in time, and a nice miner play right there. Lightning is not getting the value he needs. The guards are going to be able to clean up the P.E.K.K.As nicely. I mean, this is phenomenal defense and just everything going right for him. Yeah, not much to say. This is exactly what you want to see from Mohamed Light.
Guards going to come in. Good snowball here. Can the Ram Rider touch? It cannot. That Ram Rider would have been the game changer. Instead, just by a hair, it doesn't get on tower. And that should be enough here. Tico, I think he knows it. He's in a Ram Rider up high. Guards plus Valk. Snowball comes in low. Mortar up high. Man, Tico nearly did enough to steal that one. Instead, Mohamed Light with the 2-0. Tico makes the top 4. His best performance yet. Goes home with $4,000. But that's as far as he goes. Mohamed Light now has earned a minimum of $6K here in this event, and he will await the loser of Moogie and Viiper for a chance to go back and compete for the Masters Challenge Championship. No golden ticket needed. He already has one. Right now it's for the lulz and for the cash.
What a set from Mohamed Light. Man, I mean, one set ago, it was only great things that could be said about Tico, and a perfect set, and a perfect gameplay, and perfect matchups. And then this set right here, everything gets flipped when you play a caliber, a player of Mohamed Light's caliber. The miners to pull back the P.E.K.K.As, the brilliant defense, the snowballs on top of the Baby Dragons, and then surrounding with bats immediately while the Baby Dragon is stunned. Every single interaction was perfectly played by Mohamed Light. And, I mean, you called it out. Oh, how did he only get one shot? I mean, it's Mohamed Light. You kind of just cast and then get surprised every time when it works out perfectly for him.
Let's go ahead, and I'm going to try to load in a couple of these replays here. Give me 1 second to get these set up as best I can. As you go ahead, take a look at the bracket. We can see some of the action that's happening here. Let's go ahead and go into our first replay. I believe this is the this is the damage coming in from the guards in the first of our replays, and of course that was a nice shot there for our current leader. Let me go ahead and then jump us to the next of our replays. It's going to be a little bit messy here, and this is the first of those insane defenses out of Mohamed Light. Uses the lightning on defense, and P.E.K.K.A. in close. Baby Dragon gets one big belch, but that's all the Baby Dragon gets. No more than that. And then from there, we go into one more look here as he goes ahead and sets that mortar on the left side. Here we go. Here is the next crazy defense. Let me take this one back to the beginning here. 2 P.E.K.K.As down, Ram Rider to the right-hand side, Cannon Cart to the left-hand side. The guards up high working on some D. Bats take care of the Baby Dragon, and this miner comes in right here at the end to keep that Cannon Cart from getting close. Ram Rider behind on that right-hand side again. And this is the Ram Rider that almost connects. Snowball in, guards in. Snowball, maybe if that snowball hit all 3 guards, the Ram Rider connects, and we're in a different situation. But it didn't. Mohamed Light with a brilliant defensive sequence. The guards, of course, getting that big damage early. And, man, that's why he's in the top 3 and why that dude just keeps winning cash.
just over and over again, perfect play after perfect play. And, you know, I was thinking the exact same thing when you said, oh, if he snowballs all the guards, what happens there? I feel like Mo's tower would have sped up or something, and it would have taken it out. I can't imagine anything negative could have ever happened.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's one of those ones where you're like, no, at some point, maybe the Lightning gets a 4th shot somehow to stop that one going. Let's see. Quick question to answer in the chat here. Matas Mick saying what headphones are you using. These are the Audio Technica BPHS 1s. They're a broadcast headset. I think they're right now probably about $150 or $200. But yeah, they're my broadcast headset. I send those into a Scarlett 2i2. You know, maybe I'll do once I'm back in the big studio at home. I'm in California. I'm in a storage room right now with this setup. Still fly though. Still got it going. I'll do a full technical setup when I'm back home and do the full quote unquote studio tour. I keep saying I will and keep not doing it. I promise I'm going to do it one of these days. But yeah, Audio Technica BPHS 1s into a Scarlett 2i2 as the mixer into my computer. So there you go. That's the audio setup for you. The camera's a Sony ZV-1, and then I got a couple of Elgato lights over here to make the face look pretty. Josh, what do you got? Did you fix your camera yet?
Let's see. What's my setup? So I have a lamp, and then, you know, I haven't fixed the camera yet. And the entire plan was, oh, I'm gonna get it done this weekend, and then this weekend this weekend is happening now. I will be going to the store and just giving them my camera and saying, fix this, whatever it takes, just fix this.
Well,
so if you ask me again in 3 days, I'll have a different answer.
I'll ask in 3 days, but right now all focus is on our winners bracket final, I guess, and King Tower activation there with the drill being slightly on the inside up against NATO. Moogie can't be happy about that early of a King Tower activation here, but either way, here we go. Winner will move on to our overall grand final with a life to give. So the winner here has the huge advantage in not just winning $15,000, but also with that golden ticket trip to World Finals directly. The loser has to go down and play Mohamed Light to come back into the mix. So this is a pretty big matchup here between our defending world champion and Viiper, who was top 4 in the regular season last year for CRL, went to World Finals and got absolutely obliterated in the opening game, in the opening match of World Finals. Didn't make it past the first round, and as he talked about that match against Hajime, he said on 3 Crowns, the show that Josh, Andrew, Eric, and I do together every 2 weeks in the Clash Royale official YouTube channel, Viiper said the big problem there was he didn't have an analyst, and he didn't really prepare appropriately for World Finals. Now he has an analyst, and that's why you see him here in the top 3 for this event, and he's going to be in the top 8 for the Snapdragon Pro Series. So even if he doesn't win a golden ticket today, he has a shot at the golden ticket again in a couple weeks here in June.
And while I was listening to everything, I was just kind of like, you know, just paying attention to your voice and not really paying attention to the game. Viiper going to be running XE NATO Hog, so this is always exciting for Viiper fans and just fans of great gameplay in general. It is always beautiful. It always makes my, you know, just my toes warm on a cold night whenever I get to see Viiper play this deck.
And it's an interesting question, right? Because there might be matchups, and I don't know all the Hog X NATO matchups. There might be some matchups that are bad for Hog X NATO. Always take 10% off of that like matchup rating, maybe more, when it's Viiper who's playing Hog X NATO.
Because every matchup is already, you know, 50-50 at best. So, like, it is not a good deck, in my opinion. But he makes it work, so, you know, I'll allow it for sure.
Rocket just gets the Magic Archer here, so not quite what he would have liked, but either way, as we go into sudden death overtime, the game very tight, 26-42 to 26-18 as Viper's forced to spend the Tesla against that Royal Ghost, and Moogie sets up the Golden Knight into that left-hand lane. Playing away from his weak side right now is the Japanese pro.
It's cool to see 2 players who really respect each other's gameplay, because most games are already over. And with this, both players are so terrified of making any kind of mistake that they are willing to have the game get to 1 minute and 30 seconds left before either player has made that crazy play in total. Like, both players are content with just waiting it out and then just kind of figuring it out once triple elixir happens.
And now here we get aggressive with Golden Knight Magic Archer drop right at the bridge, and there goes Moogie getting some geometry in, 1649, and just like that, he has the lead, and the Hog coming in the opposite direction. Tesla high, trying to support a little bit, and look at that. The NATO play, and now you talked about it, Josh, they were waiting, but now the fancy play is coming out here in triple elixir. Keep an eye on what both these guys do here in the final moments, and that drill goes right into an executioner. No damage there from Mohamed Light. Hog in the opposite direction. Log trying to make some room. Not going to make a whole lot, but of course, ex-NATO pulls stuff together, and that's going to be a great Magic Archer to get 2 shots here on that right-hand tower. 13:31, final 30 seconds. Josh, on that left-hand side, Magic Archer going, and here comes the rocket cycle. Viiper trying to put the pressure on. Watch, keep an eye on the middle of the board here as Viiper plays through these moments. Big control issues for him. He has to control the middle of the board. We've seen him do it with Hog and with Execution a couple of times, and just like that, drill in, Valk trying to work. Magic Archer doesn't get a shot. Does get one lineup. Does not get the second lineup. Log, can it get there in time? Log plus NATO, and Viiper steals it in the final seconds. That's the guy who does that with this deck. Nobody can play Hog X NATO the way that man does it right there. #1 finisher on ladder, 60 HP win. Oh my word, Viiper just put on a clinic.
Just the final 5 seconds, everything's happening so quickly. The prediction NATOs, the Magic Archer, he couldn't Magic Archer on top of the Tesla because the E-Wiz was resetting the Tesla's aggro, so he couldn't place the Magic Archer on top of it. Otherwise, the Log plus Tesla takes it out. Everything going both players' ways. And the Magic Archer stays alive, but it can't do it all. Able to defend it. I mean, everything happened all in that. I feel like those final 15 seconds, like that is a YouTube video that needs to happen from one of these two players. I mean, it's probably not going to be the loser. So from Viiper specifically, on just like explaining the thought process behind every single play from both of them.
This was absolutely wild, and there you go. The Magic Archer gets 1 shot in. The Log comes in right there at the end. The prediction NATO to save the shot against the Magic Archer. I mean, that is an all-time finish there out of Viiper. I mean, absolute brilliance. What else do you expect from a guy who is, without question, the best guy to ever play that deck? And, man, you know, we've talked about it, but this Viiper was amazing last year. It seems like he's already like at least 2x'd his gameplay in 2022.
Yeah, he's a different man. You know, the studying or the analytical work or a combination of both, no longer playing ladder seriously. I mean, it was interesting hearing him talk about how he no longer really cared about ladder. And I mean, it makes sense. It's not really necessary. Competitions are everything. And it's really exciting to see him at his peak. It's not often where these solid players who have been around a long time kind of hit these peaks. They peaked early and then they kind of hit that, you know, that A-tier level that they kind of just remain at. Right now, Viiper is getting better every time, and this was already a guy everybody had a massive amount of respect for. So it's fun to be able to witness the birth of a peak.
Wow, that's a good way to witness the birth of a peak. Absolutely. I'm trying to see if I can get get the clip of that one, but I think everyone on Twitch was just so jaw dropped by that end. I need to get a clip button on my side. I don't even have a Twitch clip button set up on my stream deck, so that's on me. Let's go ahead, jump into game number 2 here, folks, and I need to make a note here to go get that. Tell Nick, Josh, tell Nick he has to go get that clip for us, please, because
okay,
my word. I'm gonna DM him right now. Get that prediction NATO finish by Viiper versus Moogie. I just DM'd Nick. Tell him I DM'd him.
Okay.
If you guys don't know this, God RF, the best splash art player in the history of the game, you know, #1 finisher on ladder, whatever, is also an intern for the Aftershock Media Group AMG's production department that I run. So I sometimes get to tell Nick that he needs to go do work. It's pretty fun.
He actually loves it when you do that. He gets really excited when he sees your messages.
I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not, but I'm going to take it as, I'm going to say it's earnest.
Take it however you would like.
Flying Machine just hanging out in the middle. Arrow's not the greatest counter for Flying Machine, so Viiper has to either eat that damage, and he will take the 2 shots from the ceiling fan, as I believe that's what Sir Tag calls it. And first 90 seconds away. No significant damage, although a few hundred HP taken off both sides by Moogie.
Moogie going to be running the Royal Recruits Royal Hogs. No Fireball was used, and that's often... We see the Fireball used, and the next game we see Royal Recruits. We don't often see it when it's available because it struggles so much. But at the end of the day, it's a great ladder deck overall. Like, you can use it even when Fireball is the matchup. And that almost makes it more exciting to use it in these, because right here we see it. No Fireball in cycle, and it's a pretty solid matchup. The Flying Machine, every time it gets played, Viiper only has one response to the Flying Machine. Arrows plus Snowball does not take it out fully, so he needs the Musketeers to be taking it out. Every time he graveyards, the Flying Machines will come in low, and they will be able to stop the graveyards from getting pretty much any chip whatsoever. So it's going to be interesting to see how he wants to approach the Flying Machine on defense, and how, like, when he's going to decide to use his graveyard.
And Moogie splits a 6-man 3-3. Right there in the middle. A lot of clogging going to be happening here. Fireball does make a nice little pathway there for the Flying Machine. Pigs behind the recruits. And Moogie just pouring the pressure on this right-hand side. Not much Viiper can do right now, but sit and stare.
Here we go. This might be the one push. You have the Golden Knight. You have the 6-man, you know, the 4-man coming down on the right lane, plus the cannon cart. Will the graveyard come out at 5? It does. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be able to do anything with the bar barrel plus the tower plus the cannon, or plus the Flying Machine? Looks like that's not going to be the case. Viper's shaking his head in frustration. At this point, it's clear what's going to happen, what the end result is going to be. It's just a matter of time before he gets those Royal Hogs to get enough chip.
And now a Flying Machine on tower as well. Nothing anywhere near it. GG, well played. Viiper gonna hang on here for a half second. Play of the game, or play of the day, and some people are calling it maybe play of the year in chat right now, with Viiper taking the end of game number 1. Game number 2, Moogie just slams the door, and barring a disconnect from Moogie or an alien abduction, we'll be going to game 3 here in a couple minutes.
Yeah. The only thing we can really do at this point, if you want Viiper to win, is just study up on his previous deck and make sure that there's no repeated cards. I think that's the only play for Viiper at that point.
Yeah. GG, well played. After the excitement of game number 1, game number 2 shut down by Moogie. And here we go, game number 3. And this is going to be a fun one. You know, Josh, you said you'd love to hear it. Well, game number 3 is a best of 1 for a guaranteed $10,000. The loser has to go down and play Mohamed Light to fight their way back into the top 2. So either way, next up we either get Mo versus Moogie or Mo versus Viiper, which is phenomenal. But our winner guarantees themselves a minimum of $10K. And of course, not just a shot at the golden ticket, but they'll be in the final with a life to give. So the huge advantage for the winner here.
And the possibility of having a guaranteed golden ticket already. The winner of this could potentially win a golden ticket with this best of 1. The fact that we can say that, I was wondering if it was ever going to be a serious thing where people were going to be able to say, oh, and it makes sense that it's with Mohamed Light as the player who's just always doing well in these competitions. But it's hard to compete at the highest level for Clash. was not 100% guarantee at the beginning of the year. Halfway through the year, it was pretty much a guarantee, and right here, it could actually happen.
Yeah, and that's the important thing to realize, guys. The loser here drops down a place to get to go up against Mohamed Light. If Mohamed Light ends up winning that matchup, then that would guarantee the winner here the golden ticket, because Mohamed Light already has one. So if Mo makes the grand final, the golden ticket's already been assigned. At that point, they're just playing for $10,000 versus $15,000. So, I guarantee you, whoever wins here will be rooting hard for Mohamed Light in the lower bracket final to guarantee themselves that spot. Otherwise, if the loser wins, if we get a Viiper versus a Moogie rematch, that would be a full rematch for a golden ticket. So a lot on the line here in this next one. Man, that is crazy to think about. What's the golden ticket for? Asked Captain Duncan. The golden ticket is a trip directly to Clash Royale League World Finals later this year. There are going to be 16 slots to Clash Royale League World Finals. We've already given away 2 of them. Sable Basoto has won 1 golden ticket. Mohamed Light already has won 1. There's one going to be assigned here in the next half hour or so. And then we have one coming up later in June at the end of the Snapdragon Pro Series for North America. If you win a golden ticket, you get a direct trip to CRL World Finals. The remaining seats for CRL World Finals will be decided starting in August. In August through September, there will be a massive Clash Royale event where you and everyone else can compete to try to get the remaining seats for CRL World Finals. That's going to be a very different road. So if you can sew up that World Finals seat right now, right here today, that takes so much pressure off you for the rest of the year up until we get into our Worlds.
Heavily recommended to get it as early as possible.
So here we go, game number 3, and a big game 3 at that. I do think I might have gotten someone to clip that finish, so we'll see if we do. If we do get that, I'll go ahead and replay it here at the end of the match. Mugi going with bait as we go into our game 3. And Viiper going with Minor Loon.
Wow.
Fascinating.
Minor Loon against Bait Inferno Tower. Minor to take the aggro, but with the Loon, not nerf, but, change up to how it actually works. That's not really going to be the most effective play. The Minor, the Loon doesn't do enough damage to towers anymore. And so kind of a wasted opportunity right there. I would have liked to see him, just kind of have the push die. Overall, not the end of the world. You just have to be careful because every time you make any kind of incorrect push, that's going to be one more Goblin Barrel that you have to struggle with. You cycle the Bar Barrel, and then he has the Dark Goblin roam free. Every play has to be the correct one when you're going against a bait deck with Inferno, and you don't have a Zap or Lightning or a Freeze.
Mother Witch, an interesting wrinkle in this one. So that creates some interesting difference in pressure here. And Giant Skeleton does get in front of the Mother Witch. So this is a pretty big pressure play. Nice delivery at the bridge there from Moogie to take care of the Mother Witch. And a full bait push the opposite direction. Giant Skeleton does not quite get in range. Minor gets its damage, but that bait push on the left is way more impactful. And you see Viiper not happy about it.
Wow, just a huge mistake right there. The Dark Goblin plus the Goblin Barrel, the push of his life right there. I mean, the Mother Witch, as great as it is, it gets sniped by the delivery. I mean, an unreal delivery placement. Snipes the Mother Witch with the drop down plus push, and he does have the Zap. I don't think it's going to be enough. The Dark Goblin plus the Fire Spirit might even get the bomb out of range. Wow.
Yeah, almost a strange Zap here. Better have Bar Barrel in cycle and goes to the inside. Only gets 1 there, so little misread there by Viiper. You can see he's not happy with the way that this game is going. Interesting to go with Minor Giant Skeleton Loon in this situation. Viiper trying to be unpredictable, clearly. Fishboy does take care of the Inferno Tower. Zap in, but Rocket will go the opposite direction. GG, well played. Moogie going to our grand final. Guaranteed minimum of $10,000, a chance at 15, And if Mohamed Light can beat Viiper in this next one, that will clinch him a golden ticket. Otherwise, Viiper, if he beats Mo, will put the pressure on. But right now, Moogie in the spot. Whoo, boy, that's a whole lot of fun.
And the crazy thing is, has Moogie ever played Mohamed Light in a big competition? Like, that should be super fresh as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Something to think about, too.
Oh, boy. And now, man, you talk about all the time, it's been a story of the day where a player loses in the upper bracket, and we're going to see how many people have done it so far today. It's been a pile of them. So Moogie takes the 2-1 win over Viiper. Nice come-from-behind victory. And we're going to go ahead and go down the lower bracket here. You see how many people have lost the upper bracket today. Sandbox, Tico was lower bracket, and then dropped down to just a brutal matchup. Happened to Sandbox there against Mohamed Light, and now Viiper. I think he's the second player to go from Moogie to Mo Light today. So, yeah, that's a whole lot of fun for you.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool losers bracket situation where Tico and Mohamed Light both went from round 1 all the way to round 4 or round 5 to meet up against each other. And then one of them obviously has to win. But yeah, every time you get dropped down, it's just an immediate loss to one of those two players.
I see some people talking in the YouTube chat about Viiper could have done more with the Zap. Are you surprised we saw Zap come out so late in that match?
Not really. I mean, the Dark Element is just too powerful. You can place it opposite lane, you don't have log, so, the bar barrel plus Zap can take it out, but it's always placed low, so that's never really an opportunity. I think, but you can't stack either because he has Rocket. I think it comes down to, it's a bad matchup, he didn't play perfectly, and I also don't know if he could have played perfectly, because his one real opportunity was because he went with everything. I really don't know if there was an opportunity for him to win Game 3, actually.
Let's go ahead and take a look first at that great finish from game number 1. Let me see if I can bring the. I'm going to bring the audio down there a little bit. I realize audio is pretty loud and double. And so this is this I believe is that great finish from our first game here. And you see the tower down so low on this side. Oh no, wait. This is not that one. This is game 2. Nah, womp womp. Didn't really care about seeing game 2. Let's go ahead and see the last chunk here of game number 3. And I mean, a big story of this one is twofold. One is Viiper just really not getting comfortable with the answers to those barrel pushes. And number 2 is the balloon just really never quite finding its way through the way that he would have hoped. So, unfortunate situation over there for Viiper. You see just, again, barrel in, and this time bar barrel goes to the inside, forces bats out on the left-hand side, gives some more damage in, and that one put it within rocket range. So already, of course, the battle was significantly weighted towards Moogie at that stage, but it didn't even really give this a chance to open up the door for Viiper to get in, because, boom, even if this balloon is able to get away, rocket range already, GG, well played, and Moogie goes on to our finals. So, tough situation there for Viiper overall, and now he has to reset and go against Mohamed Light.
Yeah, you could say that is quite the tough situation. And it looks like right here we're
las competiciones presenciales.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the Clash All-Stars event one more time.
Los mejores jugadores del planeta se reúnen de nuevo en la DreamHack Valencia los días 1, 2 y 3 de julio para dar el mejor espectáculo que Clash Royale ha vivido en años. Participa en los clasificatorios abiertos y supera a las superestrellas de la comunidad compitiendo por los 10.000 euros en premios. Clash All Stars by Universae. ¿Aceptas el reto?
And there you go, another look right there at the upcoming in real life offline event. That's going to be a big one in Valencia, in Spain. It seems like it's a pretty open competition. I mean, I'm sure intended for Europe, but if you're elsewhere, I'm sure you could play and then fly to Europe if you wanted to. But that's going to be pretty cool. Getting some real life competition again coming your way very soon. So that's going to be very cool. Of course, at the end, we're going to be, at the end of the year, we're going to be doing some pretty fun stuff as well. Let's go ahead and jump into our lower bracket championship. Mohamed Light against Viiper. Winner, guaranteed $10,000. Loser takes home $6,000. And, of course, Viiper, if he wins, is still in the hunt for a golden ticket. Mo already has one.
Viiper going to be starting off the game with Archer Queen. Mohamed Light going to be starting off the game with Mortar. 2 cards, 2 deck choices that we kind of expect. Nothing too crazy for Mohamed Light. And, I mean, ever since minor guards became an actual thing, it's just been one of my favorite decks, one of my favorite variations. Overall, I just think it's so good. It really just, I see it getting great matchups very, very consistently.
And I see some people saying, hey, there's some production challenges. I'm streaming this from a basement at a summer camp, guys. So I hope you bear with us that you still get to see a bunch of great Clash Royale, and sometimes I press the wrong button. But for CRL World Finals, we'll have the full big production studio running. For this, we're enjoying ourselves, hanging out together, watching some great Clash Royale.
Oh, Viiper going to not respond with the RG. And so this is one of the matchups. We talked about it earlier. You know, is Earthquake really the right answer in your RG deck? You see right here, any other card, and we would be seeing an automatic loss from Viiper. If he runs Fireball, if he runs Lightning, it is just all too easy for him to just defend, and it's just not a problem. At the same time, even though he does have Earthquake, we see Mohamed Light with the lead. The Earthquake can only do so much. You know, a player like Mohamed Light is still going to be able to defend properly, and so it's just such a weird card overall. It really is hard to explain whether or not it's a great card, whether or not it gets the value you need from it.
Interesting question here from the Twitch chat. What does Jeebus do when it's Viiper versus Mo, since he is doing the analysis for both of these guys?
So when it used to be Julesy would say, hey buddy, sorry, like, I'm just not gonna help either of you guys. So I would assume that is the same situation. It's kind of just like, well, doesn't affect me either way. The fairest answer is get a second or third analyst, or just figure it out yourself.
Lead for Mohamed Light in both lanes, under 2,000 HP. The towers for Viiper at the moment as the miner comes in. Right behind the giant skeleton. Fishboy to pull, but still this is going to end up generally nice for Mo, even though the bomb does go down early. Royal Giant opposite lane. You know, we're seeing Mo play Mortar offensively against Royal Giant. Is that, I mean, he's going to get the connection here. Did give up some good damage. That's it. It seems like an unconventional decision. It's obviously working for him. So can you talk to me a bit about that, Josh?
Right, so, oh my goodness, left tower gets all the way down to sub 900, so that's going to be something to look at. But when you're going opposite lane, you know, guards plus Musketeer, if the push is not RG log E-Spirit where it takes out the guards, you can always defend for 0 damage. You know, just with the Musketeer, just with the guards, plus the log. So it allows him to force out Earthquakes on the opposite side. It allows him to not have RGs placed in the back, and kind of, because if they get placed in the back, you can just cycle to another mortar. So it kind of puts you in a position, or your opponent in a weird spot where, you know, obviously, you know, it's a good spot where there's no mortar on defense, but at the same time, it's not the greatest spot ever because they still defend pretty easily and they can get mortar shots on towers.
Hunter does not pick up the miner. Miner will get 3 shots here, plus 4 shots, plus poison damage. Log in, and just like that, Mohamed Light wins game number 1. And man, we are 1 game away from Moogie having a guaranteed trip to World Finals and a Mohamed Light Moogie rematch at our championship. So that's a whole lot of fun, folks.
I mean, Mohamed Light just played that phenomenally. It really is interesting to look at a match where you do get to see the mortar on offense even against the RG deck.
Yeah.
And the RGs don't get played in the back. It's cool to see decks and matchups evolve, because I think if we saw that matchup get played 2 months ago, it would have been played seriously different. And so, you know, when we see that evolution with Clash Royale, it's always exciting because you really never know who's going to win. We don't often see the mortar offensive against the RG Earthquake, and to be able to actually get around that RG Earthquake.
And I see people still asking about rewards in the chat here. I'll leave the bracket up here for a moment. There have not been rewards given in a Clash Royale stream since 2018. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they have done that at all since World Finals 2018. So, you know, I hope you enjoy watching competitive Clash Royale. I don't know why people still think there are rewards for watching. I guess it's great they think that because you come in and check out the stream, but there have not been any giveaways for watching a stream in almost 5 years. So, you know, good luck, I guess. You know, maybe I'll do some giveaways on my Twitter at some point, but yeah, there you go. And you see Viiper versus Mo here at the end. Winner will move up and face Moogie. No, we're right back into game number 2. Mo with the game in hand. And I know a lot of people, including Moogie, are waiting for Mo to get this win.
Yeah, it's pretty much Viiper against the world right now in that situation. And, you know, Viiper, he played a fine game number 1, didn't do anything too crazy, and then he was able to get kind of overwhelmed. Again, Giant Skeleton. Mohamed Light, it'd be cool to ask Mohamed Light what his favorite card would be, because I would kind of have to assume it is Giant Skeleton at this point, even more so than the Miner, even more so than the Wall Breakers, the NATO, the Magic Archer. He really is trying to implement Giant Skeleton into every deck possible.
So the most popular variation here of Drill Cycle from last season, still valuable, still viable here in this season. And Ghosts right under that. It's a nice Ghost there. It's a little bit of distraction, and then turns the opposite direction. Drill down, picked up by the Musketeer. And going to get some shots with those goblins on the left-hand side. Mohamed Light not touched yet on his towers. 2374 remaining on the bottom left-hand side. So Viiper in an early deficit as we pass the midway point of regulation.
I mean, Viper's final cards are going to be what looks to be Mortar and a Big Spell, but it could... yeah, it looks like it's going to be Mortar and a Big Spell. And it's not often that we see Mortar not be used. I would assume... if it is the Mortar deck, the reason for that is because he knows his opponent has a bunch of, you know, semi-tank kind of cards. They have the Cannon card, the Golden Knight, the Royal Ghost, so they know it's not really an option yet to go offensively. And then Mohamed also doesn't have a Big Spell, so if he does have Mortar, will we see the defensive Mortars come out soon? Or will we see him continue to cycle this way, in this fashion? And there we go. We do see the Mortar, but that's going to get eaten alive by the Royal Ghost and the Magic Archer.
Musketeer gets taken care of by the Cannon Cart. And Viper's body language here just does not look like he's enthused, right? It looks like he's kind of... feels like he's stuck, maybe. And you understand the reason why he's feeling that way. So far, despite all of his efforts, we're entering sudden death overtime, and all he's done is snowball a tower.
The thing with this deck, and right here we almost see it, but not quite. The Bar Barrel puts in a lot of work. The Cannon Cart will be able to take it out in time. I mean, great defense from Mohamed Light, but I mean, the reason why he's so frustrated is because it's so hard to get past it. Even when you predict it, even when you have, you know, the guards and the Musketeer to take the aggro of the Cannon Cart, it really doesn't matter. And I mean, even there, the Magic Archer staying alive with 0.5 HP. Things are just falling for Mohamed Light, and it's definitely a rough situation for Viiper.
Trying to do his best to stay in the mix here, but time ticking away. Only 75 seconds left for Viiper to get a lot of damage back, but just unable to find any real significant way to do it. Now that NATO, with the NATO in there, if you minor anywhere but the safe spot, NATO just goes ahead and pulls that one off. Although now is the time for him to do anything if he can, but tons of damage in. So mortar down, guards to protect the mortar. He can minor to the back if he wants to here, but looks like it's going to be a GG. Drill goes to the front, NATO front back with maybe a little early on the NATO back there. But 269 left. Magic Archer should be enough to get those shots in. 1 HP remaining. Drill will finish it off. GG, well played. Viiper goes home with $6,000, but check this out. Because Mohamed Light wins, Moogie has already gotten his golden ticket trip to CRL World Finals. So Mo will go to our championship, and we will have a Moogie Mohamed Light rematch, but Mo playing with a golden ticket already, and Moogie playing with a golden ticket already. So this one's just for bragging rights, and this one's just to see who takes home 10K and who takes home 5K. So call it a $5,000 show match between two of the top players of all time.
Wow. Round 1, Mohamed Light takes the L 1-2 to Chris. Has to start from the very beginning of the losers bracket. Meets up with Tico, who is running the same kind of, who had the same path. Able to take that win, then the win over Viiper. I mean, what a path he's had, and it's amazing to see two players. So far, we have 3 golden tickets, and we have Samuel Basoto, Moogie, Mohamed Light. That if I had to say 3 players I wanted to have a golden ticket at this point in time, it's those 3 players.
Edwin saying, wait, so who gets the golden ticket? Yes is the answer to that one. Samuel Basoto won our first golden ticket at the Bernard Chong Cup Golden Edition. Mohamed Light won our second one at the Queso Cup Golden Edition. Since Mo has already won a golden ticket, he's in the grand finals where this should be for a golden ticket trip to CRL Worlds. Since Mo already has one, you can't get 2, so Moogie is guaranteed to win today's golden ticket, win or lose against Mohamed Light. So now we have our 3rd golden ticket assigned. That's going to be for Moogie. So what was, if Viiper had won, they'd be battling back and forth for it. Instead, Moogie has a guaranteed golden ticket now. So now this is just a matchup for $5,000 to see who gets the 10K second place versus the 15K first place. And of course, who gets the most hate versus love on Twitter for the rest of the day from all the viewership.
Yeah, and if I'm in Moogie's position, when it comes to hate and love, when it comes to $5,000 and non-$5,000, whatever happens, happens, and that's not the mindset you want to be in, but you have to be so giddy with excitement that you already have that confirmed ticket, you already have the guaranteed prize money from Worlds, the guaranteed, it's beautiful, the situation that he's in. And congratulations to Moogie. Obviously, congratulations to Mohamed Light as well. But yeah, Moogie, man, great job.
Why does second get less than third? It does not. Here, the prize pool for today. Everyone who played today who made these finals got $750 at minimum. 9th through 12th place got $1,250. 7th and 8th place got $1,500. 5th and 6th place got $2,000. 4th place got $4,000. 3rd place got $6,000. 2nd place gets $10K, and 1st place gets $15,000. So 1st place gets $15,000, 2nd gets $10,000, 3rd gets $6,000. Right now we have our top 2, our finalists. So half of our overall $50,000 prize pool goes between the 2 of those. And there we go. Oh yeah, let's do a poll. Mo or Moogie? I have not done a poll here on YouTube chat. Let me go ahead and check these and put these out. Now, this is just going to be for the first BO3, because, again, they have to play 2 best of 3s if Mo wins. Moogie still has the advantage overall, and there's the poll right now in the YouTube chat. Moogie does have the winner's bracket advantage, meaning that he only has to win one match in order to win the championship, where Mohamed Light has to beat Moogie twice to win this championship. So there's a poll overall in the YouTube chat to see who you think will win with the first BO3, Mohamed Light or Moogie. There you go. And of course, let's see what you got in the chat as well. I see people voting. I see people chatting. This will be pretty much fun. How much does first place receive? $15,000 there, Rudy. 15,000. I mean, it's so funny to think about this, Josh. If we rewind to the Bernard Chong, the Queso, the CWA Cups, all those cups that were happening before our most in 2020 and earlier, the total prize pool was like $3,000. And now here we are, where these guys collectively will take home $25,000. Here we go, folks. The rematch. Moogie and Mohamed Light going to go ahead and end that poll here. And the results are 66% of you pick Mohamed Light and 33% pick Moogie. Almost about 1,400 of you voted. So for this first best of three, people here voting for Mo.
Which makes sense, but I always got to side with the person that's in the winner's bracket. You know, they have the big MO, the momentum. And so, yeah, I got to say, my vote is for Moogie.
Now, this is interesting because people are talking about, hey, we're going to see some great cycle play from these two. Mohamed Light playing Royal Giant Fish Boy, and Moogie looking like Golem here in this one. So very interesting. Maybe not the matchup you might have expected between these two.
Right. I mean, Moogie has already pulled out the Golem Night Witch before, and we see it right there. Great call out. Golem placed in the corner. You know, it just puts Mohamed Light in a weird spot. Can he build a good enough push, but also still have enough elixir for the lightning is the question. Right there, he is going to play the Fisherman High, not going to try and bring the Golem to the King Tower, and so he no longer has to worry about that kind of lightning play.
And Fish Boy follows the Golem, no more pulling. After that first one, Golem will get some good damage here. So the lead will go from Mohamed Light back to Moogie as we go past our first 2 minutes into double elixir time, 1908 to 2177. And of course, those of you who follow Clash Royale esports with any sort of regularity know that these two met each other at CRL World Finals, where again, Moogie was in the winner's bracket and Mo was in the lower bracket. And Moogie shut it down in just a single best of three and got a big win with Bowler Loon Freeze. Of course, now with NATO no longer in play for Moogie, we will not be seeing Bowler Loon Freeze, at least in this first BO3. And just like that, look at this. Royal Giant gets some good damage here. Lead goes back to Mo.
Not panicking. We often see the NATO get pulled up. We often see the NATO get pull the RG up, but then immediately after that, we see kind of just an overwhelm from the RG side. We see, just RGs constantly. Oh my goodness, cycled at the bridge. Will it matter? Lightning on top of everything. Gets the tower down to 632. A miss NATO. If that was on my bingo card, I would have not had that as one of my things for Moogie's gameplay today.
Oh, Moogie goes up and tries to golem up right at the bridge. In response, Archer Queen goes invisible. Hunter doing its work to chunk that golem down. And can he get the NATO connection with the Golden Knight here? The Ghost still alive. Not going to go ahead and do it. Hunter playing high. And Mohamed Light holding on with 90 seconds left.
Baby Dragon forced out high. Baby Dragon not even necessary because of the bar barrel interaction. Golem placed at the bridge again, but at this point, can he really respond with anything? You know, he can go Mega Minion plus Goblin Cage on top, NATO back. Doesn't matter. Fisherman going to pull the Golem to the King Tower, and we're looking at a GG. Well played by Mohamed Light.
And, you know, you've seen the laughing, you see how relaxed Mo has been all day? That's not the same Mohamed Light here. He is dialed in. He is focused. Sure, he gets a smile here and there, But this is a different Mo when it comes to, look, it's $5,000 on the line, obviously. He cares about it. But you see the difference in demeanor when he knows he's playing against one of the few people who, you know, you're talking about. There's not many people you put and you go, hey, they win a significant percentage of their matchups against Mohamed Light. Few who people would say might have an advantage over him, potentially. And he's facing that guy right now. So you see the shift in the way that Mo's focused right now.
Absolutely. Game number 1 comes out with RG control. He's not, you know, let me make sure that I'm saying this correctly. And yeah, he's not going with the RG Giant Skeleton. He's, you know, making sure that he's cleaning up every side of it. He doesn't want to be predictable. If he uses Giant Skeleton and it's maybe a variant without Fisherman, the game could have, you know, gone sideways quickly. So just using tried and true decks, doesn't want to get cute, doesn't want to get tricky. We could see that in the second set, but set number 1, he's using what he knows will be successful.
Now, you talk about cute and tricky. Let me go ahead and load up this replay here. This is maybe the most surprising moment of game number 1. And here's that miss. How is this? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me take that off. Here we go. This is going to be that missed NATO. Let me go ahead and pull this back one more time. So here you go. Royal Giant down at the bridge. Golden Knight working. Fish Boy behind. And the NATO just, what a strange one here out of Moogie.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case of, you know, finger slipping or just didn't know the interaction. Because a lot of those kind of interactions, I don't practice anymore, but I just know. I know he gets to this tile and then I do that. So I don't know what the situation was. I would have to assume that it comes down to just a finger slippage.
Yeah.
But yeah, just interesting. We don't often see that.
Here we go, game number 2, Mo up 1. Remember, if Mo wins, they run it back because Moogie has that advantage. He has the winner's bracket advantage. So Moogie playing with a little bit of room here, but, you know, he does not want to have to go twice against his arch rival. So looking like it's going to be Hog EQ Giant Skeleton for the often called Prince of Egypt, upgraded to Pharaoh, as he claimed his golden ticket. Hog one direction, Pigs other direction.
This is what I thought it was. Moogie going to be running the Royal Hogs, possibly Mirror Firecracker deck. The one that I'm pretty sure Mohamed Light created against Mohamed Light. And I don't know what the matchup is going to be like, but the Barbs will put in a lot of work against those Hog Earthquake logs. They still will be able to clean up if played correctly. So I really like the deck choice. Game number 2 coming out with something completely fresh for Moogie.
And what a nice E-Spirit there from Moogie, so he doesn't have to worry about popping the Archer Queen ability on the defensive side. So very nicely played by Moogie, who now pressures into the right-hand side with the Royal Hogs. Tesla going to pull them for a moment. A couple will escape, though. And so far, it is Moogie with the advantage, damage lead in both lanes. Mo goes Hog Rider into his weak side.
Forces out the Royal Delivery, does not have enough for the bars on top of the Hog. E-Spirit also played, not even sure that was necessary. And all of a sudden, that huge damage advantage becomes nothing. And, I mean, just great pressure right there from Mohamed Light. And, I mean, if we see double elixir happen 3 seconds earlier, the tower's completely healthy and he would have got the barbs off in time. Instead, tower down to 2040.
Giant Skeleton cycles into the Archer Queen side. Pigs going to go into the middle right into that Tesla, and the mirrors the Pigs into the left-hand lane. Tesla high again. Musketeer trying to work on him. EQ defensively to slow them down. And it does end up doing the job pretty darn well. And now the Hog's going to come in right behind that Giant Skeleton. The Giant Skeleton bomb not going to get any of the barbs, though, as they completely shut down the Hog Rider. So here we go. Sudden death overtime. Mohamed Light in the lead, but it feels like the advantage still leaning Moogie here.
And there we go. We do see the second set. The Earthquake on defense as well. Earthquake on offense from Moogie. That's going to get the tower down fairly low. The level 13 Royal Hogs putting in work on top of the tower, getting it down to 1271. And huge lead. And a pretty big mistake in this kind of situation. You can't afford to make those kind of mistakes. Nice King Tower activation from Mohamed Light. But are we going to see it again? The Royal Hogs, the second Royal Hogs, the Earthquake, the Cycle. I mean, Archer Queen plus Barbs, it is hard to get past this defense.
And Barbs will be able to get down in time. Plenty of elixir right now for Moogie. Firecracker does not get a shot on the left-hand lane. Final 90 seconds, 12:71 to 17:64. And Moogie looking like he's just kind of settling back for some defense here. He does have the double EQ at the end of the game if he needs it. And you see EQ cycling already is the Japanese pro. Same for Mohamed Light at the exact same time, although he does get some Firecracker damage.
Are we going to see the double delivery? We see the first one. Barbs are going to come out instead. E-Spirit is going to make the jump. I was fairly certain that it was not going to. And then he is going to have to respond. No, the Archer Queen gets one last shot in, and that's going to allow him to get aggressive with the Royal Hogs. Possibly a second one set up. No, instead elects to go on defense with the Barbs.
And Pig does not get there. Barbs on the right-hand side. Hog Rider in the middle through the Piggies. Delivery down. Does the Hog get a hit? It does not. EQ, though, does put the lead right back for Mohamed Light. 9:42. Mo tried to predict the Pigs on the left-hand side with the Fire Spirit. Wasn't there. So now the Musketeer, Log, and Tesla trying to hold on to this left-hand tower. Defensive EQ plus Fire Spirit. But look at the Archer Queen on the right-hand side as well. So now both sides. And one more shot gets in. That should do it. Wow. EQ in for Mohamed Light. We're going to a game number 3 here, folks. Moogie could clutch up and win that $15,000. Mohamed Light looking to force a run back in our next 5 minutes.
What a deck choice right there in game number 2, using Mohamed Light's deck against him. The Barbs, the Mirror, the relax on the pressure when either double elixir or triple elixir happened was shocking, but definitely the correct response. So, you know, he wasn't able to set up with Teslas, and he cycles the Firecracker in the back and the Archer Queen in the back because he can't afford to go Royal Hogs, Mirror, and then his opponent goes Hog, and then he just loses. The balance between pressuring and having enough elixir where he can defend properly and then still Earthquake cycle or however he wants to get the damage. To be able to pick up a deck on the fly like that shouldn't be possible, and that's the reason why Moogie is in this position in the winner's bracket where he controls his own destiny.
And look at all the work that Mo's spending on the left-hand side to keep it up, and the Archer Queen just gets away and gets a ton of shots. And, you know, but before that Archer Queen did all that damage, Mohamed Light was already in a bad spot, and that put him in an unwinnable spot. So, great dual lane pressure there. It's also crazy. You think about triple elixir, which at one point was like a fun game mode, was like a challenge mode, and then now the addition of triple elixir into you know, the change of the game from 6 minutes to 5 minutes, and that last minute being triple, completely changed the game, and I think was much for the better of the game overall, much more exciting overall. But then look what we got there at the end. We get Pigs, Mirrored Pigs, EQ, and then the Archer Queen on the opposite side, right? There might have been some more in there. Let's go look at that replay, see all the crazy stuff that happened there in that triple.
And an E-Spirit.
And an E-Spirit. Okay, so let's see what Moogie's able to put down here. So the Fire Spirit comes down early. The right idea from Mo, but didn't get there. So yeah, so we have Pigs, Archer Queen's already down, second Pigs, Delivery's already down, EQ in, and boom, and then the E-Spirit on top of all that, right? Wow, that E-Spirit was insane. That E-Spirit was completely insane. So, yeah, that's triple elixir there for you, folks. It's a game changer. It certainly is, and it definitely makes some fun things happen there at the end.
Yeah, the improvement of the game from the base level where it was 6 minutes and there was ties, like it haunts me to this day having to go against all the ladder players that used mortar, and they would just sit on their mortar for 5.5 minutes and either win the game or tie the game. There was no lose for mortar players. And to think about it now, where you have that triple elixir, you have it down to 5 minutes, you have that, the game. It's very fun. It's very fun, and I get reminded of that when you were talking about that, because 4 years ago, we would never see that. It was never even feasible to see something like that happen. So yeah, that's totally right. Very exciting to see it.
It's super, super fun. And of course, a rule that was in competitive, which was lowest single tower at the end of a match, ended up being built into the game, which was a huge game changer. So, getting rid of draws essentially was massive. Here we go. Game number 3. First game for Moogie was Golem. Then he ran the Pig's Mirror deck, the Mo Light deck. And then Mo's first game was RG Fishboy and then Hog EQ. So here we go. Game number 3. Moogie running some sort of minor cycle deck. And Mohamed Light with the cannon, with the Mother Witch, and the Spear Goblins. Royal Hogs now for him.
Cannon Cart going to be able to clean up the Hogs fairly well. Still going to get about 200 HP worth of damage. Cannon Cart is also going to be the move, but the Mother Witch does lock onto the tower, getting it all the way down to 2506 after the final shots from the Hog. And here we go. Mortar, Cannon Cart, minor cycle against Royal Hogs control with the Cannon Cart and the Mother Witch. So depending on the spell from Moogie, which is looking like it's going to be Fireball, the Fireball will be able to get a lot of value in this matchup if it is the Fireball.
And Mortar going to force out some more expenditure on the side of Moogie, and a little bit higher than he would like. No, he chooses to eat the Mortar damage.
Wow, just saving up for the Musketeer, placing it late, but not where the Mortar will get that final shot. Really solid timing right there. Knew that the Mortar wasn't getting the shot, and I mean, I wouldn't have made that play because I would have been scared, but he understands the interactions, so he can get away with that.
And notice the sequencing here where it's the miner first to stop the Cannon Cart, then the log. Right, very smart sequencing here from Moogie. It also might have been the log was buried. I don't think the log was buried, but either way, good sequencing there to control the real danger first and then clean up. Either way, Mo does have a pretty significant lead. 13-13, barely touched our Mohamed Light's towers. So Mo is very close to forcing us into a run back.
Mortar is going to be placed within the range of the cannon, and huge mistake right there. If he plays it one tile lower, it wouldn't have been a problem whatsoever. Instead, now in a dire situation, Cannon Cart will be stopped just in time, and both players going to be running Poison instead of Fireball. Fireball was not used by either player in this set.
Such a huge change from what 2021 was, where Fireball was the must-use card that kind of defined the meta in many ways. And here we're seeing times where Fireball doesn't even get played.
Tower all the way down to 761. Double Cannon Cart pressure, but I don't think that is the answer. Mother Witch is going to be able to take out the take out the skeleton.
So
okay.
this is certainly some danger here. I mean, I think that Mo holds on, but now you see, log out of cycle. Oh, what a great Musketeer from Moogie. And now the Mortar going to get a lot of shots on that right-hand tower. The double Cannon Cart doing its job, plus the poison. And now it is Mo still way in the lead here, but Moogie at least making things compelling at the end, 10-20, as he sets up Mortar Cannon Cart one more time.
Cannon Cart going to try to take out the Golden Knight. Golden Knight will be able to dash on the Cannon Cart and the Mortar. Cannon Cart plus the bats not going to be able to do enough. The Snowball in this deck has gotten so much value every single time. The slowdown from the Snowball and just being able to take out the bats whenever he wants to. It is a lost cause for Moogie. This will go to the second set.
Wow. So those of you who voted for Mo in set number 1, you got it. You got it right. Mohamed Light going to go ahead and get his poison down on that right-hand side. And we're going to a super grand final, folks. Reset, reload. Here comes the best of 3 between the two best for $15,000.
So Moogie's only success was with Mo's deck. It's going to be interesting to see if in set number 2 he wants to bring in these weird decks once again. If that is an actual response to the brilliance of Mohamed Light. And then on the other side, Mohamed Light, does he want to go these tricky decks, or does he want to, continue to use reasonable decks that anybody can pick up? it's, you know, it's the question. What is he, you know, how does he want to approach this?
All right, and now getting a new poll in to our chat right now. Who wins the championship? Will it be Mohamed Light or Moogie? Let me go ahead and throw that in the chat right now. Go ahead and get your votes in on YouTube. Who's going to win? And right now, Mo won once. You know, who would you rather be right now? Would you rather be the guy who won the championship already? Or you'd rather be the guy who came from the winner's bracket and you're reset, you got a lot of information, having played a lot fewer matches today? Or would you rather be the guy who now has the momentum, having won the first and forced the run back?
I think I have to side with the person who was in the winner's bracket. So I still have to say Moogie is the guy I think is going to win. That second set, you can play perfect in the first set, and then at the end of the day, it's kind of like you're just resetting 100%, and it feels like it's not deserved. It feels like you deserve the win. Why am I still playing again? It really gets to you. So I always side with the player or team in the winner's bracket.
And I'm looking at the chat right now. Voting so far is 75% for Mo on YouTube. Man, not a lot of the Moogie fans are kind of quiet right now on YouTube. There you go. There's some Moogie fans. Waleed asking, will the deck choice reset too? Absolutely. Deck choice does reset. So it's just a clean, brand new BO3 here at the end to decide. Mo Light. I see Mo Light. Here's a vote. There's a vote for Moogie. Hee hee ha ha. All right, there you go. People have asked for it all day.
Pretty good.
Hee hee ha ha. That's actually to get the ha 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 ha. I get the mouth going too. There you go, everybody. Let's go. Moogie says someone on YouTube. People are enjoying themselves. Man, who do I think is gonna win? I don't know. I think Mo's just comfy right now. He's just comfy. That's the big one, right? Like, right. I think that also now that Mo has won one, like, even if he loses this next one, I think he's done the job, which is show people I can beat Moogie in a big BO3. This next one obviously has more stress on it, but you know, I feel like Mo's comfy. I feel like Moogie is Moogie's a little uncomfortable, and we've seen more even though Moogie has won a ton today, we've seen more mistakes from Moogie today than we normally do. Right? That's the big one is he's won because he's brilliant. He's had some good matchups, and he's recovered from mistakes. But we have not seen mistake-free gameplay from Moogie like we're used to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And as far as Mohamed Light, it's not a lot of mistakes. I will say I understand why you would go for Mohamed Light. I do. I get it. But yeah, I just got to stick with Moogie. I think I really do want to see what the statistics show for a winner's bracket and who wins it overall. In any major competition in the past, 2 years or so, if a player is able to even take game one, what's the likelihood of them being able to take that set two?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's probably very advantageous to the winner's bracket side.
I'm very curious about that. Let's go ahead and jump in. And guys, King Tower activation to open things up as it's Hog for Moogie and a NATO for Mo. If you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, either one, thanks so much for joining us. Here we are at the Super Grand Final. If you haven't yet and you're on Twitch, go ahead and give me a follow, please. And if you're on YouTube, the easiest way to support, go ahead, click that subscribe button. Come on back. There's great esports content here all the time, just like this. Let's go ahead, focus on the action. E-Giant for Mohamed Light against Hog Giant Skeleton for Moogie.
Oh, Tesla on defense, placed brilliantly, aka placed on the board. Can the Archer Queen get the value he needs to? What is he going to place? Can the Golden Knight get the dash on top of the tower? It will. Golden Knight just like it was before.
What?
The first push for Mohamed Light when he uses E-Giant is total destruction every single time.
Someone on Twitch clip that NATO because that sealed game number 1 here, it feels like.
And right there, the back
Wow.
and forth, the hog to be able to protect the aggro from reaching the Archer Queen, and just like that, Moogie takes the lead.
I literally clicked off my screen to go see if someone had clipped that already. And when I was like, I was looking into my Twitch clips to see if I was going to download that. And right as I did that, someone, that's when Moogie, I'm not looking, and Moogie goes and takes that tower back. So, awesome. Very cool.
And right there, uses the lightning on just the tower itself, realizes that, you know, you need that tower gone. You can overwhelm, try and go for the 3 crown. That way you get to go, you know, same lane. There's a lot of opportunities for him. And using lightning on top of the tower by itself is the correct play. And it's just weird to see it. Part of the reason why I love watching these high-level competitors is just because they make those plays that don't make any sense whatsoever, and then you kind of immediately learn from them. And it's cool to see, you know, just the thought process behind, you know, just why they're so good.
And the final poll results should be up a little bit higher in the chat. Why can't I scroll YouTube chat? That's weird. But they were about 72% picking Mo to win this final best of 3. And right now with the Inferno Tower burn, oh, sizzle, sizzle, crackle, crackle. And just like that, the back and forth, let's say it as it is, folks, slobber knocker goes the way of Mohamed Light to take game number 1. Wow, that was a whole lot of things that happened.
Right. Yeah, I mean, game starts off with a brilliant push from the E-Giant. And it's crazy. We have not seen E-Giant be used all that often. We see it from Mohamed Light, and that's basically it. And it might not even be basically. It might truly be it. And it's kind of crazy because we're seeing a lot of success for that. But that's part of the reason why Mohamed Light is so successful. He can get away with those decks because you can't use the minor versus minor. You're not going to win against him in even matchups. So it allows him to use these decks that can get bad matchups because he knows his opponents can't have those even matchups because then he takes them. It's this huge mind game that Mohamed Light will just come out on top every single time.
All right, let me go ahead and grab a few different replays here. It's going to be a little chunky, folks, getting these replays through. I'm going to go ahead and load up a couple for us, though, to look at that action. First up, let's go ahead and take a look. I believe this is going to be the first push by Mo. Let's go ahead and check that one out. And yeah, this is going to be that first E-Giant push by Mohamed Light to the right-hand side. And, man, this is E-Giant for you, Josh.
Yeah. Mother Witch placed over the bridge. Golden Knight placed in front of the Mother Witch. And Archer Queen. See, the Archer Queen was a great play. And then a pretty big mistake with the Fire Spray right there. I mean, you talked about it. Moogie is not playing perfect. Right there, had he defended that perfectly, he's probably looking at his tower be about, you know, 1100 or 1500 HP. Instead, one simple mistake, it allowed him to get that tremendous lead at the beginning of the game.
And of course, there you go. It's the Archer Queen firing right back in our next moment where let me go ahead and reset this. There you go. Let me go ahead and replay that Archer Queen on that side. You see, the Archer Queen comes in and just has enough to get that ability off, and that's just so huge. Mo does not have his NATO. He doesn't have the ability to reset. And you see Mo kind of like check the camera there for a second. I'm like, okay, all right. And then we go to the overall final here. And this was the nail in the coffin as the Inferno Tower comes in. Tesla just half step late, and Inferno Dragon connects, and that's GG, well played. Let's go ahead and jump in to game number 2. Mo Light now with the match point, chance to be the champion, to win the $15,000, and more importantly, really get a massive bit of revenge on the man who, some would say, took the World Championship away from Mo Light.
Game number 2, Mohamed Light going to be running Minor, Valk, you know, which could end up being, we see the guards, could end up being Mortar, I would assume so. Moogie on the other end, going to be running Ghost, E-Wiz, Magic Archer. We're going to be looking at Cannon Cart, no big spell, versus Miner, Mortar. Could be Fireball, could be Poison. I forgot which spell he used in game 1. But an interesting matchup from two very popular decks from today's games.
So,
and he used the Lightning, so it could be both.
So it looks like Drill NATO for Mugi. He did not use Drill yet in this matchup. And obviously, Mohamed Light. Wait a second. I'm a little bit confused here. Did Mo... Oh, no, this is game 2. Man, because I was looking at Mo playing Mortar in game 3 of the previous one. And I was like, wait, what?
That can't be right.
That can't be right. Miner goes right into the back. And there you go. You see the decks from game number 1 now.
E-Wiz placed on top of the bats perfectly. E-Wiz plus Cannon Cart going to be able to take out the Mortar before it gets that final shot. That was a lie. And as we head into double Elixir, pretty big lead for Moogie, not insurmountable. And Mohamed Light on the other end, it's just whether or not he can defend. He doesn't have to worry about spell cycling to take out his towers. He has to fully be worried, can he defend these pushes?
Mortar goes bye-bye. Snowball takes care of the Magic Archer in response. 2286 to 2699. And just more Miner chip. That Cannon Cart is getting cycled. Very nice timing overall for the Cannon Cart cycling for these Miners. So Mo's getting Miner chip damage, but every time he's just feeding the Cannon Cart.
Cannon Cart going to get more value, going to take the aggro of the tower. Fireball going to be placed perfectly. 2083, 2525. Moogie's still in a great spot, just defending perfectly. And yeah, it has everything to do with these Cannon Carts. They're always cycled perfectly. Will the Golden Knight go back? It does. Valk on top of the E-Wiz.
Ooh. Yeah,
that's going to be a Valk on tower.
Big shot there. That Valk did a lot of good duty. Of course, it picked up the drill on one side, but also didn't get the lineup for Moogie with the Magic Archer. So that Valkyrie going coast to coast. That's
that could be
some,
a dash.
Yeah. Oof. Again, Cannon Cart goes away. What a great bar barrel from Moogie to get the Valk away from the Cannon Cart so it kills the Miner rather than letting the Valk tank for the Miner that time. This is so much fun to watch between these two. I could do it all day. Golden Knight does dash.
Oh.
That's a ton of damage. And do we see a Magic Archer line up behind the Cannon Cart? Yes, we do. Fireball there a half step later. Mo didn't want to predict there. I understand the reticence, the hesitance. But Moogie looking like he's in a good spot here. Magic Archer not in cycle. And this time, Cannon Cart is not back there. Valk guards push opposite lane. Magic Archer to work. More Musketeer low with bats high to stop the Cannon Cart. Golden Knight picked up by the Miner. 35 seconds left. Mo doing everything he can to stay in this one. And Fireball goes to the right-hand side. Magic Archer high, Cannon Cart behind, Mortar playing defense low. Prediction NATO does not predict anything.
20 seconds left. Cannon Cart does get taken out by the Valk. You know, one more push. Mohamed Light doing everything he can, but the E-Wiz on top of the bats. Going to be a simple play. 916, 916. Not going to be enough drill on top of the tower. Does get it down to 135. Not going to fully take it out, but that's all right. No more ties in CR. And we're heading into game number 3 of set number 2 of the entire tournament.
Come on. We're all the way down to the end. Taking it down the width and breadth. Josh shouting out 916, our shared hometown, Sacramento. Where are you at? And here we go. You love it, Josh. A best of 1 for $5,000 for bragging rights for the championship. No golden ticket because they both got one already. Here we go.
It's just pure Clash Royale, pure money on the line. Nothing else matters. best of one. You can't use your best decks because you have to worry about what you've already used, what your opponent knows you want to use. You know, you have the mind games, the pre-game, the post-game, the present game. Everything matters. You know, the analytical work, the, you know, can you show up when the pressure is on? This is it. This is Clash Royale.
You know what? I like that. This is Clash Royale. That should be the tagline for CRL going forward. This is Clash Royale. I like that, guys.
See, wait, I have to say something. It was stolen from Rocket League, so before we do anything too crazy with it.
All right, yeah, Clash Royale. It's in the game, right? Okay, what else?
There you go.
Clash Royale, just do it. All right, how many more can you do? Guys, I'm going to do one more vote here because we're going down to our final winner. One more poll in the chat. Final winner. Will it be Mo Light? Will it be Moogie? Poll's going live right now. Get your votes in, folks. Will it be Mo Light? Will it be Moogie? And let's see, I do see some friendly stuff. Thanks for the stream, Rich and Josh says Elro. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at, you know what, let's go jump over to Twitch chat here for 1 second. So I know that we've got a healthy group over on Twitch. People saying Moogie easy over there. Let's see. I'm not going to put that one on screen. Come on, guys, keep the chat clean. I'd say Moogie wins. A lot of people are going for Moogie right now. A lot of people saying Moogie here at the end.
Moogie's still losing it in the YouTube chat, but much better than it was. It was 25-75. Now it's 37-63 unless it's updated. 37. That's not bad for Moogie.
Let's see. Latak, longtime competitive player out here saying Mo for the storyline. I feel that, Latak. Good call. Cat, Momo the Goat, Burger King on top. There's a lot happening all there in that one. Let's see. Latak saying 12 out their losers bracket and takes down Moogie in revenge. That's a great storyline. I feel it, especially with them both definitely going to CRL World Finals. Keep building that storyline up. Give me more stuff to talk about when we get to the end of the year. You know what I mean? No GC Mitch says, Rich, thank you for the best Saturday of my life. I'm happy to have helped you with that, and also, get out there, bro. You know what I mean? There's some life to live. How long until finals? Let's see, just a couple of. As soon as they have decks ready, we're going. Please nobody repeat a card. Oh my lord. Right now, YouTube chat has Mo Light winning by 63%. So the Mo Light win has gone down a bit. Randy's World. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that, Randy. Thank you so much for the support. And again, guys, this is the final game of the stream. After this, we say bye. We turn off the stream. I go outside, throw a Frisbee for a few hours. Maybe go to the pool, enjoy myself. Yes, I wear the sunglasses outside as well as inside the studio, everybody. But we're here to the final game. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the YouTube channel, like this video, follow on Twitch. Go ahead and follow Josh on Twitter at with like 50,000 H's for no reason. Crap on Twitter. Let's go ahead and get it. 5 minutes for $5,000. Looking like Mo going Hoggy Q in game number 3. Is
Archer
Moogie.
Queen. Archer Queen is available for Mohamed Light, so that is definitely something that could be available to him. And there we go, Royal Hogs placed at the bridge. Not going to be doing Hoggy Q, instead moving on to Royal Hogs.
This normally runs Cannon, so is he running the Cannon variation against Lava Hound?
That's right, it could be the Cannon variation with Archer Queen Royal Delivery. So that'll be interesting to see. Tesla has not been used, so it would be interesting. Inferno Tower hasn't been used, so he could make the outplay of his life and use one of those cards. I don't know how tricky they want to get in the analytical booth, but there we go. We do see the cannon be used.
So I'm assuming delivery is in here. It usually is, and there you go for the cleanup. Cannon obviously cheaper. Not much on the ground that you're worried about here. Thoughts on this matchup, Josh?
Miner used in on defense. Let's see. Matchup overall, you do have the Earthquake, so you do have to worry about that. Royal Hogs will be able to take a tower pretty much guaranteed. So that will be a problem for Moogie. When you have the Royal Hogs pressure and you only have Tombstone, you're just down a tower basically guaranteed. As far as the overall matchup, Royal Hogs are no longer in cycle. We'll see the lava get popped. Whether or not the Archer Queen can get the value he needs, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. These lava decks are just so strong once they get that right setup, especially when you only have Earthquake as your big spell.
Here we go into double Elixir, and the deeper this goes, the more dangerous it gets for the Pharaoh as he drops the delivery early to protect the Archer Queen. Second cannon down to work on the Miner and pick up some of those pups. Pigs into the right-hand side, Tombstone high this time. AQ still alive. Can she get a second ability off? That would be huge. Skeleton King there. Archer Queen does get the second ability, and that's going to take care of these skeleton dragons. So big-time plays for Mohamed Light, who does have the lead, 17-53 to 24-32.
Lava placed down. Skeleton King does get 2 shots right there, so that's going to be very important. Royal Hogs would have got the tower down to sub 1,000 instead. 1325, still somewhat healthy. Question is, can he get an arrows prediction on top of the Fire Spirit when he goes in with the push? The delivery plus Fire Spirit continues to take it out, and that just can't be the Miner placement. Oh my goodness, great timing with the delivery. Mohamed Light controlling this game through and through. Royal Hogs popped in front of the Archer Queen Earthquake as well. I don't know if he's going to be able to stop these pushes, especially once it hits triple Elixir.
AQ goes into ability. Skellies do protect the Flying Machine. Delivery comes up high to try to keep this in the mix. Archer Queen stays alive a little bit longer. Flying Machine still alive, though. That's absolutely huge as the Pigs won't do much. If that AQ stayed up, that would have been a different story. But right now, delivery has to come out early here. This is almost triple Elixir time. Mo will have plenty of defensive options, but Lava Hound, Mega Minion, Skeleton King on the board at the moment. Flying Machine in the middle, good cannon high to protect the Archer Queen.
No Fire Spirit in cycle, so he is going to have to worry about that. No Skeletons. Miner does not hit the Archer Queen because of the ability getting popped.
Oh my
Delivery
word.
Not going to be...
Wow.
It is going to come down. And again, clean defense right there. 1373 to 971. Miner in the front. Flying Machine going to lock onto the cannon, not onto the tower. Skelly should be able to clean that up as well. And he's got probably one more push. Otherwise, these Royal Hogs plus the Earthquake, it will get it down. Tombstone, not really necessary, and maybe he could have popped that lava in front of everything. Instead, that's just another defensive sequence that will be forced out of Moogie.
Delivery plus log. 972 top right-hand side. Pigs in. EQ this time does predict the Tombstone. Log behind. Archer Queen could get a second ability again. Could he do it twice in one game? Do a double ability AQ. Gets it right before the Flying Machine comes out. Miner in, delivery high, and that's gonna be it. Mohamed Light takes his revenge on Moogie. Wins the first, wins the run back, shows the snow globe, takes home $15,000, and Moogie's going to have to wait a while, stewing on this one as the rivalry only goes deeper.
Oh, what a set from Mohamed Light. What a set overall. Back and forth. It always went 1-1-1. You know, Mohamed Light, brilliant gameplay overall. Never allowed his opponent to try and get the prediction arrows. He tried time and time again, placing the arrows high, placing the arrows low. Can he catch the Fire Spirit? No. Does the double cannons. Defends perfectly. Doesn't get too aggressive, but still remains aggressive enough where he can't build that push. Brilliant gameplay from Mohamed all day. Loses game number 1 and immediately drops to the losers bracket just to give himself a challenge. I don't know how he can make it harder on himself to make it even more impressive. This Mohamed Light, again, winner of another tournament.
$15,000 and that golden ticket, he already has one. So Moogie still gets $10K and a golden ticket trip to Clash Royale League World Finals. So we do have our third golden ticket finalist. Viiper taking home $6,000 after all of that, but it is Mohamed Light on top. The reign of terror continues, the dynasty, if you will. And that's the word right now. It's hard to call something a dynasty when it's one player, but it's a dynasty for Mohamed Light.
It is. No one can stop him. I mean, I mean, with everything compiled together, the analytical work, whether it's Jeebas or Julesy or, you know, just a random person helping him out, top to bottom, I guess it is a dynasty. You know, he does have a team behind him. So there's just levels to it, and he's clearly levels above the competition right now.
Levels, just insane. Mo the Egyptian goat. Mo the goat. Let's get some goats in the chat. Let's get some chairs in the chat. Let's get some gold medals in the chat. Just throw it all out there, everybody. Let's go ahead and get it going. Man, it's hold on. Let me go ahead and end the poll that was still going. People now are starting to vote for Mo now that it's already over. Polls ended. Mo did win. We saw it happen. Everybody, we've been doing this for a while today. It started at 8 a.m. Pacific. It's now 12:30. I gotta go get lunch before they close the kitchen out here in Northern California. This has been so much fun. One of the most fun days for these finals we've ever had. Josh, huge thanks to you, of course, for being a part of it. As always, love hanging out. Any last thoughts today before we close things up?
Congratulations to Mo, congratulations to Moogie, congratulations to the viewers for getting to witness that kind of final once again. I talked about it 30 minutes ago. I really want to see the data behind what happens when there's a second best of 3. This is the first one that I can remember has gone in the losers bracket way. So yeah, hopefully I get that data and, you know, I get to talk about it for the next one. Yeah, just a pleasure being here. Thank you.
This was so much fun. If you're on Twitch, hang out a minute. We're going to go find someone to raid as we always do. For those of you watching on YouTube, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed today. We really appreciate your support all the way around. If you haven't yet, like the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel, do all that stuff. We'll see you back here very soon. And as always, be excellent to each other. All right, let me go ahead and end the YouTube stream here. Twitch will be with you in just one moment. It's fun watching it. And there we go. All right, ending that YouTube stream. Kaboom.